The military one?
No, the job for Maria. The one about the retrieve an item.
Um, is that they don't really have a time need on it. I talked to Maria about it. They don't really work on the same time scale as we do. They don't.
Well, maybe you should explain further, like who she is and stuff, because I haven't told him
Oh,
anything.
they're a odd faction. They call themselves Reapers. They are like Valkyries, like the Grim Reaper itself. They are the chaperones of the dead. And they only get involved in something like this when one of their number goes missing or one of their scythes, which is directly attached to, whoever the Reaper is. They have a unique soulbound scythe for their job. Somebody's missing. And they've been missing for decades and decades and decades. I think it was like 63 of our years, and they've been looking around.
I see.
And they've been a little baffled, which they haven't been in a very, very long time. So we've been reached out to because we're fucking Doomco to try and handle this. And it's our team that got specifically picked because this Reaper Maria believes that
your team did not get picked. This was just on the board.
I thought she threw this up for us because we had a special grouping of skill sets that might.
You were
I'm
insisting
disillusioned.
You were insisting on that very heavily, and she was going, I just put up the job.
Well, not only do they not care about time, because they just don't. We're not special in any way. So there's no rush to get this done. And I pressed, like, how important is this? It's like, well,
it's very important. They're just not rushing because that's not what they do.
Yeah, we could get all the other jobs done, come back to them and be like, oh, hey, you're back. Are we going to do that job? It's like in the Fallout universe where there's that one job that just sits and you're like, is this pressing? No? And you finish the campaign and then you boot it back up and you're like, oh, I had that one quest I didn't do. Let's do that one.
No, there's every chance that it'll get completed by some NPC while you guys are out doing other things.
That too.
I'll make rolls for it, but
yeah.
who knows?
So,
it's been sitting. It's something that they weren't able to accomplish themselves after 63 years, and they basically went, let's see if other people can figure this out. So they aren't, they are not shoving, yeah, they aren't people that rush, per se.
yeah, I tried to push a little harder to see, like, does this happen? What will happen to us if this doesn't happen? It's like, what'll happen. People who need to die will need to die, and then things will go on as by their design and as whatever. They were very, very helpful.
It is very clear that they don't care if people die because of all this.
And the mortal plane,
really.
while they are the chaperones of the dead, they could not give a fuck about any of us. Unless we die.
They are neutral on the whole matter. It's not their jobs. It's not their job if you're born. It's not their job if you live your life. It's just their job to make sure that when your time to die comes, you do.
And who knows what the criteria for that is? Because stuff.
There's plenty of people out there that live for like centuries or even almost indefinitely, and they don't seem bothered by them. So, what qualifies as your time has come? What qualifies as breaking the rules? Who knows?
I don't
I know
fucking
as the
know.
GM, but I'm not telling you.
I'll pay him $5 off somebody.
Gonna pay a Reaper $5 to off somebody?
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about your money.
Fair enough.
What do they get to do with it? Other than pay mercenaries
Hookers and
when they
drugs.
occasionally. If they want hookers, there's plenty of hookers in the afterlife.
Hookers and drugs, but the living ones. And the real drugs, not the afterlife drugs.
No one was arguing about the drugs part. But yeah, no, that's about the summary of what's going on with that job. There's not much else to it. They aren't chomping at the bit to have it done. They don't seem to really be like. In fact, the job isn't looking for the missing Reaper. The job is looking for their scythe. Like that
Fuck that guy.
that should give you an idea of the mental priorities of this group. Though it is noted that that directive was sent by Le Boss, not by the Reaper in question, who is concerned for their missing Reaper, their missing other individual.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, it's a giant We could probably do it. I'm not concerned.
So yeah, that's where you're sitting, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm sure we could use our Forgotten network to maybe get more clues than they'd have access to.
They're not of the Forgotten.
That's what I'm saying, because they don't have that same thing we have. We might be able to gain more information compared to what they would be able to.
Yeah, sure.
That's completely possible. They're literally outsourcing because they're like, all of the normal methods of locating this didn't work. So now we're going into we're gonna let the mortals do mortal things.
Yeah, woo! Yeah, man!
Yeah,
So
I don't know how
cool!
else to explain it than that. Like, it's pretty much runs down to that. It didn't, like, their methods didn't work. It's time to try mortal methods because the normal stuff didn't work.
Well, I think we should at least leave that off for a bit. Maybe have it on the back burner. So my vote's for some fire priest shenanigans then.
So, frontline stuff is what your vote is.
Yeah.
Amusingly, you're voting alongside Lieutenant Zhao herself, because that was what she wanted to do. She's like, frontline sounds fun. And everybody else was like, what do you mean fun? She's like, I'm a fire priest. I enjoy hitting people. What do you want? Okay. I have named the man that jimmied last session Javier. The one that crit like a motherfucker. His name is Javier now. So you know. Have fun with that. Huh. So yeah, that would put Johnny's vote frontline combat. What about you, Matt? You wanna test this? You still want to
Well,
vote for? I believe last I heard, you were still thinking about voting for the retrieval job. So what you want?
nah, gonna leave it at it's a meh for me because they don't seem to really care. Whatever. Uh, it might get us some cool answers. It might get me some potentially insight as to my craft, which is why I'm interested. But so could fighting Dynasty or Cutters or wherever we're going to on the front line.
Oh yeah, you have no idea what he's trying to hire for because he hasn't specified. Though I will note, nothing stops you guys from contacting clients and asking them questions.
That would be nice.
Like that, if you guys want to, contact your clients on any of these and be like, "So what's up with this job?" I mean, no one's gonna stop you, and it's not against the rules or anything.
I'll
That's
do
just
that, and I'll reach out to Snow and be like, "Hey, mind if I talk to Aries for a sec?"
that's no problem. Somebody here actually has Aries' number.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
You can
I do.
ask.
Yeah, I don't know that you have it, so I'm gonna go through my channels.
Well, then ask.
Alright.
Yeah, well, I would ask, but I don't know you have it because that's metagaming.
No. I mean, like, ask Mel.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
like, "Hey, Snow, uh,
She'll kind of answer when she's available. I was like, "Sup?
how you doing?"
Busy, busy, busy bee.
Well, I'm
What's up?"
glad that you are hopefully well. At least have
Yep,
something
I'm
to
still
do.
good. I have lots to do. I didn't think moving into a church would make me have to do more work, but apparently it does.
Well, speaking of churches, we were contacted by a very specific client about some potentially really, really nasty frontline work.
Oh, that's right. Doomco did receive that particular partly contract too, didn't they? Not
Yeah,
surprising.
we actually, for once in my career, have been told by the lieutenant we get to vote on our next job.
Oh, that's nice.
Which
Get off
I'm
that
just
game
kind
and
of,
do some
I don't
homework.
even know what to do with myself. It's always been yes, ma'am, no, sir. Uh,
Well, that's because you
3
grew up
bags
Fetty.
full, sir.
Well, you grew up Fetty. That's kind of how they are.
Yeah. So we got some wild jobs. We got some pirate work, blockade running work, find a missing scythe work, work for the church work. We're trying to figure out which one would be good for our team.
You're okay. So you got the contract from the Church of the Eternal Flame.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what does that entail? Because I was told I'm actually for once allowed to contact the client or like dig around for more info about that.
Well, I don't know too much. I have been drip fed information, as it were.
Oh,
Mostly, I've been gathering information from them for them and extrapolating.
oh,
Near as I can tell, a certain general that leads this church has some intentions of launching an assault on someone. Most of what I've been doing is information gathering on who would side with him in making an assault somewhere. It's
it,
very vague. It's more that it feels more like he's testing people's loyalties than anything. That's what it's starting to feel like. seeing whose loyalties lie where, who believes what, who's willing to do what.
That's pretty crazy.
It's all internal alliance military stuff too. It's not external.
So we would be wandering Dick first back into the alliance
Oh,
crap.
this is definitely something to do with the alliance, but I know he's poking his feelers outside of the alliance too. But I don't know much about it because it's all being kept very internal for the priesthood.
Okay. If I were to try and reach out to, say, Lieutenant Aries or somebody like
He's the
that,
one that's tasked with getting a hold of the external assistance for
uh,
mercenaries and the like.
would that be a good idea, or should I just go through other channels?
Um, hmm.
Because I am a Forge
Er-
Master apprentice.
You might be able to get something from the. You might be able to get something from the smiths. If they're up to something, the smiths usually will find out about it based off of orders of equipment that they get.
Would that
But
be also? Do you think they're the Forge Masters? Would they be their loyalty tested as well?
no idea.
That's wild.
I have no idea, because I can tell you this now: the smiths have unquestioning loyalty to, the father, as far as everybody's concerned.
He's our fire that fills the bellows. The forge
Exactly.
is flames itself. Without him,
He's what
fire would forsake us.
he's what grants you your mantles, yes. So, everybody knows kind of where their ultimate loyalty lays. So I don't know. You would probably have better contacts to find out more on that front than me, honestly.
Hmm.
As for talking to Aries, if you go to him putting in the request because you're looking at the job as you are, he's definitely going to drip feed you. Like, there's no question. He's doing things by the book. He's being professional because he has been instructed to do this officially.
And he's a professional soldier. So yeah.
However, I do know one little tidbit that can help. Much as he is a professional, he has a soft spot for individuals he has personal ties with, and has a habit of talking a little too much with people he's a little too close to.
Hmm.
And I happen to know you do have a companion who has slept with him.
Good for them. Good for them. You know what? I'm glad I'm not the only one who is seeking their passions. That's actually, that brightens my day. That just brightens my day.
Maybe ask your friend Silco to ask him.
Oh, good for him. Oh, I had my reservations. I'll let you know. I was thinking, he just seemed the type to be more married to his research, or his hobbies, or his scientific passions. But you know what? Good for him.
Well, like I said, if you want information where Aries is just gonna probably talk,
Hmm?
I don't actually know if he will in this case because, he's doing work for his church and gets a little weird about that. But then again, most priests do. Anyway, that would be who I would go to,
All right.
or
I'll
at least have ask. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him, and I'll go talk to my forge master. I'll send anything that I find to you.
it would help a bit more with my job, but I get the impression something's going on that the priesthood's trying to keep hush hush. So I wouldn't blame you if you didn't.
Yeah. Well, again, I'll send you anything I find, and if you ever need to reach out to me about something,
I
I'm starting to.
definitely have your number.
Yeah, you do. And I plan to try and build a, contact network and keep my ear to the ground about stuff. So.
Ooh. Well, I already have a little bit of a contact network. I'm starting to have to expand it outside my old channels because, well, some of them are loyal very distinctly to the Alliance over anything else, and I've kind of technically deserted. Technically.
I mean, you
I
had a
am
choice. You could have blown up on that rock, or you could have lived, and I prefer the second one very much.
Oh, I do too. Yeah. I'm technically AWOL until proven otherwise, so. But, if I just don't show up, it doesn't matter. Anywho, I do have to get back to things. And,
Well, if you ever just want
yeah.
to chat about anything normal, it doesn't have to be business.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It's just that I'm so wrapped up. You know that moment when you're so wrapped up in business you don't have anything else to do or that you can do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
it's what happens, but that's okay.
That said, I definitely want to talk more. Maybe once things have calmed down a little bit. Or at least I'm not scrambling to rebuild the contact network.
Well, I have my contact network, and if you ever need me to reach out for you, I'd be more
I'll
than
give
happy
you a
to do
call.
that. I have an interesting one, so, and it's not going to be the normal channels.
Well, you're just gonna tease me now, aren't you? Not normal channels, interesting networks.
We're a quiet bunch.
Well, hold on. And you kind of hear her pause before. Yep, yep, okay. I gotta go.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you. And when she hangs up, you, like less than a minute later, get a ding of a very private picture.
I'll send Silco a message after that, basically saying, if we want to know about job 1, reach out to Aries. I know you have his number.
I do have his number. It's true.
No, it's a text message.
You guys don't even have to if you remember, you two are connected on the network, the Forgotten Network. So if you guys want to just message each other via
Nope.
that is
I'm not reaching. I'm just
very...
gonna send him an old-fashioned text message.
I'm about to say, because then you can get reactions through that, but fair enough.
Emojis are the best reactions, as we all know.
Fair enough. Well, either way, yeah, no. So
Yeah, I'll give Aries a call. No big deal.
no big deal, baby. Yeah, and it does take a minute for him to get back to you when you call, but he does pick up as it's just, oh, Silco, you're not dead. I was wondering.
You took the words out of my mouth. I'm got things worked out.
I was mildly worried after things started exploding, invasions, all that.
Sorry about that.
Well, it is how it is.
If it means anything, it was last minute before we actually figured it out. The Alliance, well, they were on to me about me figuring things out. But yeah. Anyway, so I hear you've put a job out to the business. So I'm gonna get a little more information.
Oh, yeah, we threw that into the Doomco merc channels, and we're just letting that do as it does. Honestly, where whoever hires in is gonna get in. We're doing broad hiring at the moment.
I see. We're interested. That's for sure.
You're Well, I'm glad to hear that. I guess it would be nice to see you again, for what it's worth. Especially since we kind of left rather abruptly on, I feel,
Yeah.
mildly awkward terms.
I agree. Definitely. What's the word? Actiony, I suppose.
You see, the actiony part, not that weird for me.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
on my
more
side. Yeah.
Well, it was more the fact that I thought about it afterwards, and I kind of threatened you guys, and that
You know what?
now that
If it was any other situation, I'd understand. And unfortunately, sometimes the job comes first. Otherwise, I still don't have a job.
yeah, yeah. Man, now that I feel awkward. Now I brought it up, and now it feels weird.
Don't worry about it. This is a courtesy call from me, just to see how you're doing, and hopefully we can get a little bit more information.
I'm not technically supposed to say things, but what do
Yeah.
you want to know?
First, why when you threatened me, well, not me personally, but the group of us, it was a little hot, not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, am I gonna see you at the front line then?
Oh, when you said you wanted info, I wasn't expecting that to be the info. I'm not gonna lie.
It's mostly it's better to have some eyes first. You know what I mean?
Well,
You're kind of hot the way you threatened me.
yeah, watching you get serious and murdery, that was kind of sexy. Well, yes, but I didn't expect you to say that.
Nah, I
He's
just
like,
little tease.
oh. Well, yes, I am in charge of the mercenary forces we are going to be hiring in to assist us. I've been specifically set as the coordinator for that.
We'll be in good hands then. All right.
Yes, I am very good hands for a great many reasons.
I agree.
That said, it's gonna be kind of hot. The front, not in sexy hot, but
Oh yeah, I understand.
it is going to be a hot front line that we're going to be pulling everybody into. It is not going to be. There's no backline positions. Let's put it that way. This is going to be whoever when we hire people in, you're going to be on the front line of a very nasty conflict, and
That's understandable.
nobody's going to be holding back.
I've always, well, at least in my past, or another life maybe, been stuck in a lab working. But now this is a new change of pace. So I'm getting used to keeping people alive on the front lines, and it's coming along nicely. So I don't mind.
It's going to be big. There's
Scale.
going to be yes, it's going to be very large scale. We're not. This job is very specifically not for the Alliance as well. This is very specifically us. No one else. No coverts, no secondary plans. We had, in essence, an order come down from what we consider our highest.
It wasn't anything to do with the last. Wasn't anything to do with the ship, was it? Or is that part of it? It's all right if you don't have to tell me. I understand.
No, I'm trying to decide how to put this. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what happened on the moon itself, but rather has everything to do with what's followed.
I see. Interesting.
All right. So the Alliance is a shit show right now, okay? They're starting xenopurges from the ranks of the military and the ranks of the government. They're all concerned that anybody that isn't human might be a shapeshifter working for the collective.
Interesting.
They're in a panic. And they are getting laws passed through that nobody else approves of as emergency measures.
Fun fact. Only if he knew what I knew about the genetic research happening, for example, in the Federation, where they could easily plant in a person that could act as a Xenos, as like myself, and then just cause panic. But I doubt that interaction was the same.
I will tell you now, one of the things I just realized, I don't know if you heard about.
Right.
One of the things that happened after you left yesterday was I talked about some of the news coming out from the Alliance after everything went down.
Oh.
And right now, there is a major panic because the collective revealed they had infiltrators inside of Alliance High Command. They actually had like an admiral that they had either mind controlled or, as he claimed, was a shapeshifter alien that was working for them. That had been there for literally decades in a quiet infiltration effort. They didn't realize the collective was even capable of that until they had the admiral that was supposed to be in charge of the collective front basically turn on all of them. So that wasn't good.
No.
So there's a bit of a panic going on in the Alliance right now.
I see.
So that's what you could find out from the normal news, because the news cycle does what it does. And there's a lot of fear mongering and panic of, well, who else could be an infiltrator? Who else has turned against us very quietly in the background? And most of the people that turned out to be, part of that turned out to be alien themselves. And it was usually people that the Alliance had, they came from planets where the Alliance was like, oh, we have liberated you from the collective, from the cutters, and now you're all free of their tyrannical influence. And then now, years later, they're coming out swinging as infiltrators from Alliance ranks going, fuck you, we like living there. We fight for home and country.
Makes sense.
Yep. So that's what he's talking about. That's about what he's looking at. The Xenopurge thing, that is news. That is definitely not on the news cycle. That is definitely not what they're claiming is happening officially.
That's propaganda for you. But yeah, shit. Okay.
Yep. And Aries is just like, so shit's fucked. And Victor has plans. And we have orders from the highest, so we're going to be making some moves. And it's not going to be fun. Well, I mean, it'll be fun for some of us. I enjoy, mass combat. I like to fight. Like, that's all there is to it. So, I'm not heartbroken. But it's going to be intense frontline combat. It's not going to be, we're going to go fight over 1 or 2 planets or something. This is going to be system invasion type shit.
All right. I'll let the team know. I don't think there's anything too pressing. We already have the location details. Where to go next?
I mean, the location details that you've been provided were basically report here for directive. That was pretty much it. He's just, so if you want to get in on that, like, I'm not going to stop you. I just want to make sure you know that this is not going to be good. This is going to be hell for a lot of people.
I'll bring this it's my job, or at least will be, for threat assessment. So I'll take that into consideration. Much appreciated.
Yeah. To give you an idea of the threats, and I'm not supposed to say this, but we're going into Fed territory.
I see.
And you know how the Feds are.
I do, personally.
It'll be a meat grinder. So, if you're doing threat assessment, there's your threat.
See.
Stay safe, yeah?
You too,
And if
Aries.
not, at least make sure you die gloriously.
Of course, wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly.
Take care.
You too.
Alrighty. So I'll do a report up and present it to Lieutenant Lau and the squad and be like, well, I'm interested.
Lieutenant Xiao's actually going to kind of raise an eyebrow when you're like, I'm interested. She's like, I wasn't expecting that. All right. Not displeased, mind you, just kind of wasn't expecting you to be interested. You seem more of the nerd type. No offense.
I am, but I'm excited to get a little bit back into the home territory.
Fair enough. What about the rest of you? And you're going to hear some conversation going on between people. Where's Matt sitting on this now?
I have not spoken yet to my.
You guys, you want to speak to your. That's right. You want to speak to your forge, your smith, your master, the man you are apprenticed under.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. it actually is a little harder to get a hold of him than normal. Not because he doesn't answer, but because he's like, you're going to need to give me a minute while I finish something. Because, he's teaching you. He's going to answer. It's just that, you caught him in the middle of stuff, which he's not normally busy. Normally, when you contact him, he's always at least working on something he could just put aside immediately. So when you get a hold of him, he's just kind of, shows up and he's positively vibrating with energy. As he's just, apprentice, wonderful. I have things for you. Well, things for you to do, I should say. Lots of things for you to do. Wait,
Does
what
it
you calling me
involve the
for?
new order from on high about the thing about the doing of stuff?
Well, it's on me to pass it. It's on us masters to pass down to our apprentices what we're going to tell them when it comes to that. But yes,
Well, we may end up actually going to the front on that one.
good. It'll be good for you. Seeing proper combat. Get your nose into it.
Uh-huh.
As he looks excited. As he's just, what do you know? What do you already know? So I'm not wasting my time.
Well, it's going to be a proper battle. That's what it is. I'm going to kind of reach out to Silco. You want to fill me in on some details about your call so I can inform my master of the Forky stuff?
Yes, I provided a full report.
Very well. I'm going to kind of fill him in that this is going to be a frontline only. No rear guard shit. Toe to toe.
He's like, yes. All right. So here's the deal. It's not just us that got the order. We're about to see something nobody's seen in literal centuries, girl. The mother is marching to war too. With us.
What the hell?
Yes, we haven't seen her militant orders on the march in so long people have forgotten they exist, and I love it. Oh,
Isn't her wrath?
cold, calculated, and deadly. Kind of hot, if you ask me.
Aren't they the opposite of hot, Chief?
Yeah, well, that doesn't make it less sexy. So,
All right, I'll yes. The Ember in me says yes to that. But also,
so, shut up a
yes.
second.
Okay.
So, the word that came down from on high, they have ordered us to build a home for all of ourselves and the lost little lambs wandering throughout life. We're building a goddamn country, and we're ripping it out of people's hands if they want us to or not.
Where's the prime real estate? Where's the promised land for this?
Oh, we were left up to. It was left up to us where we wanted to haul it out of.
Is it please tell me it's a core planet somewhere in a very entrenched.
Couldn't tell you, honestly.
What?
The reason. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm disappointed too. Victor is in charge of target selection. He's talking with the head honcho of our beautiful companions over in the mother's court. So I have no idea. I have just been getting weapon orders. So many weapon orders.
I'm already. By the way, I'll kind of pause, blink, go over to the fire with the cold iron on it. I'm gonna kind of lean down and do some emotional channeling and to kind of feel them out. Are they ready? Are they ready to be smithed?
You're going to need to actively put more work into that to have that ready by the time the fight starts. Though, I would note this would be an ideal fight to have that ready for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I've put
Yeah.
in the work for it. Like I've
It's going to need a little bit more work, is what I'm saying. And all that is really doing is basically dedicating effectively some major downtime to it.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's what you're going to be dealing with. And he's just, I'm going to have so many work orders. I'm going to have so many work orders you're going to be working on too.
Well, if this is as important as you say it is, that's what we're fucking doing. Like the lieutenant wants in on this, now I want in on this because this is, dude. If you're part of the Father's fire, this opportunity, this moment does not come around.
We have not been told by the Father himself to march to war since the Mage Rebellion. Like it just hasn't happened.
Right. You don't need to sell it more. We're doing this.
Hell, that was the last time the mother's militant orders marched too. Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, I'm gonna shelve basically everything, and tell me what you need. I also would ask that you give me a lot of time to work on.
I know you got. Yeah, he's gonna point to that. Get it done. That's gonna be one of your first things you're gonna get done. That's a promise to order to one of the militant orders. Get it done.
And it's gonna be necessary.
Yep. I don't know the target. Oh, but the orders, my girl. And he's going to start laying out actual weapon orders he's been getting in: swords, armors, guns even. You didn't know he worked on guns properly.
I'm just like, yes.
He's like, there's a few spaceships on order, but we're going to ditch those until we get other shit done. That's probably not going to be done anywhere near the time they want it to, but they can suffer.
But we build spaceships?
Well, we can. I do.
Like, how big?
This one is a heavy cruiser they want done. That's why it's not getting done anytime soon. It's gonna take fucking forever.
Decades?
Well, I mean, I think if I remember right, I believe that Doomco can crack one out in like 6 months.
Right, but do they want it?
You see, but
Forge Master done.
Yeah, see, shut up. I can get it done in 3 because fuck Doomco. I could do it better than them and faster. Fucking sorry. That's a personal thing.
No, that's fine. Fuck yeah.
Every time I see Doomco this, Doomco that, I'm like, we could do that better. We're priests, damn it. We're smiths. I digress.
Mm-hmm. All right, well.
Yeah.
Am I permitted to share what you shared with me with the lieutenant and the squad? Or do I need to keep that on the DL?
Lieutenant hasn't told you, huh? That must mean the head honcho for the Doomco hasn't said anything.
Well,
because he
Lieutenant
knows.
wants to go. Like this, I think Lieutenant may even find a way to get transferred. If we don't pick that job.
Doubt it. Priests of the First, they're duty bound to a fault.
Well, I ain't follower of the First. I'm a follower of my passions.
Yeah, that's what she is, though. So if you guys don't go on that mission, she'll be disappointed, but she's not about to ditch. I can tell you that now. She's a priest of the First. It's how they are.
All right. But I can share this with the group.
I will leave that to your discretion. If you decide to and something gets fucked, that's your fault.
Follow November.
Do what you want. I don't give a shit. I just give a shit whether or not you're working on the goddamn projects I'm going to be giving you.
Oh, I'm gonna work the shit out of those projects.
As he says that, he's going to basically slap down in front of you orders you're to work on. It's all swords and armor for the most part. Though
Nothing
that's
too complicated.
some of them are very complicated, but it is more within your current wheelhouse.
Oh, but with my emotion channeling.
Yes.
So he gave me some really complex stuff. He's like, no, this is.
He's slapping in front of you. You know he could do this. Like, there's no question. But he's slapped in front of you a bunch of work that is going to challenge you and push you to work on your own specialties.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he is going into what you're good at.
Okay.
And he's just like, all right, those are the Aries. Impress me. And remember, those right there, those aren't test orders. This isn't just some test. This is from priests. If you fuck them up, they will hunt your ass down.
Well,
this is your opportunity to build a rep.
I'm gonna go do the thing with the communication, and I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna rip into these like.
Get your other order done first. You made that as a promise, and now we're marching to war.
All right. And we're the. I like being a forge person. This is great.
I
could smell the smoke from the billows already. Oh, this is gonna be good.
I could smell the smell of war on the horizon, girl.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. All right, I'll be right back. And I'm gonna kind of trot out and be like, "Hey, Lieutenant."
She's like, "Yeah."
Wanted to run something by you because I got a lot of info about some jobs, but I don't know if it's appropriate to share because
Go on.
I know how important it is for us to go on job number 1, which I originally protested, but now I know the significance, and we need to go real good. We need to go get stuck in.
Why?
Because the mother's marching too.
Oh.
This is the one. This is the one.
Oh, yeah. That doesn't change my vote. I've said I will leave it as a vote to the squad, but
well, my vote's been changed. You can add my vote to your vote.
Yeah, no.
I have so many orders to work on. So many orders. It's gonna be great.
Whew. And if that's what's going on, then you're going to be getting, like, even after all this kicks off, you're going to be working your ass off repairing things that get damaged. Battlefield combat's hard on.
Yeah. Also, frontline command and battle only. No rearguard stuff. We're taking a planet baby for us.
Yeah. No, I got. Wait, we're. I'll be back. As she starts heading rather pointedly towards the nearest chapel to the primordials. Because as you're loosely aware or should be aware, if you pray to them, you can talk to them. No promises on answers, but if you want to go demand answers from them, technically speaking, you could just do that.
I'm not going to demand answers. I'm going to put one or more of my cigarettes down and pour some liquor on my ash pile brazier. and I'm gonna scoop a huge chunk of embers from my forge and put it on top of and I'm not gonna ask anything. I'm just gonna thank Ember for this wonderful, glorious opportunity that has come.
Oh yeah. This is a thing that you guys like doing the front line, as you now know, this is gonna be a thing.
I'm not asking for protection. I'm just thanking her for this wonderful opportunity now that I have seen what it actually is.
So the actual threat involved with this. This is going to be possibly multiple years of combat on the front line against a heavily militarized enemy.
Sounds like an only war game.
Yeah, it'll be. That's about where you'll be sitting. It's kind of like agreeing to be into an only war game. It's going to be nasty, and no one's able to guarantee anything, least of all your survival.
I know. But my character does not want to miss out on this conflict. My passion in my chest that strives from Ender is just burning.
I understand. I'm just making sure, like, you know where we're sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny boy.
I'm gonna send Johnny Boy an update. He sent me an update with Aries. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, fam."
Johnny.
He had to do something with Allie, I think.
That'd be the second session he's vanished from for that.
I know, but we love Allie, so they're I enjoy having them around, and they have real life stuff. So, but
so that's what that is, and you have now found out what the what's swinging in on that front.
Yeah, I'll go kind of chat and get some of the opinions of some of the other guys in the squad. Basically, just basically say this will probably be the longest fight that you've ever been on. Probably the worst fight, but the amount of money you'll make if you do survive will allow you to retire comfortably forever for a couple of generations, because the bonus pay that they're going to give you is...
Oh, the pay involved in this is insane. Like, that level of frontline combat, you're going to be getting bonuses out the yin yang, in addition to the fact that they're already putting like massive amounts of money into the front end contract for the number of mercs they're hiring.
I'll also put in as a team bonus, people can requisition work 50% off and repairs 50% off from the team.
Oh, from you?
Mm-hmm. I'll repair the armor for free, of course, because it's part of the team. But if they make a special order from me, half the price. In repairs are for that specific thing, half the price.
All right.
Just for my team, including the lieutenant. Any of her gear.
I will tell you now, if it is assigned by Doomco, you are required to fix it for free. But personal equipment, no. You can charge whatever you want on personal equipment.
I won't charge too much.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you know that, at least for the Doomco gear, that is something you're required to,
Well, that's part of my engineer stuff.
Exactly. But that's the only actual requirement. But there's going to be plenty of personal gear people are going to haul out for this, because holy shit.
I know.
Anybody not pulling out personal gear to try and up equipment and prepare for proper war on this is a fool and is going to die. Side note, I'm not naming any other NPCs for a hot minute.
Johnny, you here? Johnny! Homie G homie.
I'm gonna just...
Homie G homie.
I'm just gonna ping him.
Guess he assumed we were just gonna talk ad nauseum. Well,
Oh no.
Well, let's get into the smithing work while we wait. Cause
Yeah, we'll get into some Smith stuff while we wait.
man, I was gonna run for an unnatural intelligence for the month, but I don't know how long we're gonna be on station for, though.
The reason why I was like, we're gonna do some stuff for like downtime stuff is because you guys are going to be on station for like 2 months.
Yeah, I was gonna run a month for.
Sorry, a month and a half is what I told you last session.
Yeah,
That's
I
what it
was. But now
got
that's
some time.
kind of gone off the deep end, so who cares?
Well, no, you'll still be able to take that time. Like this stage of it is the mustering stage, and that takes time.
I actually want
So,
to do a new ability.
what you looking at?
For all of my forging, I want to use willpower.
Oh, you want to try to get willpower swapped over into it?
Yeah, I don't want to roll I want to roll willpower for it.
Okay, so boop, 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 boop,
It fits with
boop.
my
Yeah, no,
my
that's
forging.
Cool. It does. So that would basically be the will of the forge is, I guess, what we would call that.
Well, yeah, basic ability.
That one is basically just a talent. If you want to put extra into it, it'll give you bonuses, technically speaking, for doing certain works, but you don't need to put more in other than the baseline talent to be able to swap it.
Okay.
How many powers do you have currently?
1, 2,
As
3,
now,
4, 5.
Now he drops BRB into the chat.
5, and I have willpower 5, which is my casting stat.
So you have 5 currently, and you're at 5. You are
Well,
actually
I have
max.
56 willpower.
You are currently max for the number of powers you can have. Is the problem?
Well, no, that was my 5th.
Oh, this is your 5th?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, then you will be maxed as of this. So to be able to get more, you'll either need to get an unnatural to increase your the bonus number in essence, or you need to just raise your willpower to to the 60. That's kind of where you're sitting if you want to be able to pick up more powers. Just so you are aware.
Mhm.
Cool. So yeah, that would be just a nice little talent. Like I said, if you can use that to do certain other get bonuses on certain things, upgrades, yada yada. But honestly, just to have it for smithing, just to swap it over, you don't need to like spend any more merit on it. That one's a pretty self-contained one on that front.
I bought 4 more because I didn't realize it was only 2 to 1 from 41 to 60, so I bought.
Yeah, I did make it a little bit cheaper to do the normal stats because,
I like that.
well, I did want you
I might
guys.
actually change it over for Friday.
Hey man, it's up to you. The only reason I did that is like I did want this to be. I wanted you guys to be able to, when you do have merit, be able to upgrade pretty well because I have been a little, tight on the merit for this game. So I wanted to make sure that when you do get it, you can actually do shit with it. But yeah. So that'll let you swap it over to willpower. You find that it is very easy to do due to the nature of your forge. It is a soul forge. They like exerting your will over it is almost second nature once you get into it. And that is actually part of the things that usually sets the better smiths aside from the kind of the average ones. The ones that realize I can enforce my will upon this because it is a part of me. Rather than just, traditional plotting and planning. This is how I built this, da 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 da,
Mhm.
So, with all of that said, you have things to work on too. You've been given a list of things to work on, but your first instruction was to work on your existing order. So, for the ice steel that you have there, it is something of the mother. It is a little alien to you, to your nature. So it's gonna take a little effort to excuse me. It's gonna take a little effort to get it running. It's not impossible, not at all. This is gonna take a little effort. So what I'm gonna have you do for me, you've already gotten into a lot of emotion forging stuff. You're already very familiar with what you want to do on that front. Right. So I'm going to be having you roll me both willpower and fellowship to start getting this to form in the way you want.
All right. Any bonuses?
Not at this stage of it. This is going to be the first. Okay, I've been letting it. You've basically been letting it season for a while, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And now it's time to start actually taking what you've been seasoning and start actually working with it. So at the start, no, you will get different because of how you've chosen to build. You are going to find yourself in a situation where success means greater successes. So the longer you work on something and the more successful you are in the early stages, the more bonuses you get along
Okay.
the way.
I'm going to personally embrace the fire,
Oh, yes.
like the power.
Yes.
All right. Let's roll fellowship first. All right, come on. Pew!
3 degrees. Okay.
Pew! Oh, well, let's fate point that because we're gonna do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, no. We're gonna roll willpower to defy that result.
Go ahead and roll it. Let's see if you can.
I get the plus 20 though, right?
I believe not for these. This is for the rerolls. It's a flat one, and then
All right. Reroll now with the plus 20.
now you can
Defy
reroll.
that shit.
Yes, now you can reroll with the plus 20. Very good. Okay, so the metal was reluctant to allow the changes you want. So immediately, it wanted more time to be seasoned. It wanted more time to it itself understand you. And
Well, I'll
it's one
open
of
up to it.
oh no, it's not a matter of whether or not you're opening up to it. It wanted more time to do it. It wanted to do it more patiently than what you're after. This is one of those moments of it wanted to do something very long-term planning, and now you have been put in a position where you need it done now. You see?
You know what? I'm gonna tell it why. I'm gonna be very open about it. I'm gonna tell it why. Because I was totally willing to let it be seasoned, but I'll be truthful with the blade, painfully so.
And the metal does respond to this, especially since this is not just a move. Like, what's happening right now in the wider universe isn't just for one faction or another. This is both factions of the Primordials marching together.
Mhm.
And it'll respond to that. It will respond to that kind of
Openness.
To the call, too. This metal is something born from the mother's territory, domains. When the mother calls to war, I mean, everything of her domain's going to respond. You know?
Mhm.
So, for your initial forging, you're going to be getting bonuses, like I said, for how well you've done at the start here. You blew that willpower out of the fucking water. A total of 10 between them.
It's very nice.
You'll be getting... Welcome back, Johnny.
Hey.
I was trying to contact you earlier, but you had to go BRB AFK.
Yeah, sorry. My alley girl needed some love and attention. I couldn't just
Well,
pay attention to anything but me, John.
I know, Allie, I'm sorry.
we were trying to talk to you because Matt found things out about what's going on. Why don't you tell him words, Matt? I'm gonna make you tell him.
You could just wait. I could just go through the recording again and you'd be like, oh, that's what you were trying to tell me. But it's okay. You could just tell me.
Johnny.
Yeah. What's up? Is this Silco you want to talk to?
The game is afoot. Yeah.
The game is afoot. What do you mean?
The mother and the father are going to war.
With each other?
No. Whoever poor soul doesn't want to vacate their planet.
Yeah, Federation. Excellent.
I don't know which planet. I'm not in charge of that, nor do the people I contacted have any knowledge about that. But what we are doing is, if, of course, I hate to say it, but I only have a single vote. I want to go to the front line, despite my earlier protests, because this is literally, even if I die on the front line, you can't miss out. The mother hasn't deployed since they took out the magic people, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And there has been orders straight from the top about this. So one way or another, my vote is going to be for front combat.
My vote is also going to be for front combat.
Horrendously gruesome combat. We're talking entrenched frontline warfare of the worst variety. And I don't expect most of us to live. Is all.
That's fair.
And if we don't go, I understand. I'll be working my ass off though for, because I'm a Forge Master. Well, it's Forge Master's Apprentice, sorry.
And it's Smith, my man. I keep correcting you on this.
No, you've made me swap back and forth. Smith, Forge.
You swap back and forth all the time. I always say Smith.
Fine. I'm a Smith's apprentice, so I will have work until this is over and beyond, because making stuff, repairing stuff, But it's Doomco, and we're given a vote, and my vote is singular. So I know people don't really want to go and die and stuff, but if you live, you will have enough money to retire for several generations.
I'm not banking on retirements, but I am banking on the payout at the end. But my job is to keep people alive, and myself. So that's the plan.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who will need to be kept alive
Yes.
over there. That's for certain.
Notedly, Johnny is the one with the info as to what the target is, as he has now told you.
Which is
Federation.
Federation.
oh, like the whole feds or just
All he was told it was going to be launched into the Federation space.
oh.
So you don't know what the exact target is, but you know who the enemy is. And actually, both of you were Federation, like prior to joining Doomco.
Yeah,
Both of you know that is like going, well, I'm going to launch an assault directly into Russia.
and we're Russian.
I would put you more into comparison to Napoleon, but we'll see.
No, I'm talking like we're Russian citizens, and we're like,
Yeah, you're a bunch
you-
of ex-Russian citizens that are hearing somebody going, let's launch an assault into Russia, and you're going, is that a wise decision?
no, we're like, is that during summer or winter?
And you don't know yet.
Hmm.
So, this is going to be excitement abound.
All right. Yeah. Me like, okay. So yeah. And then I'm working on my object.
Yeah. So yeah, that's basically I want that was bringing that up was to get the info connected together and see where Silco stands on it.
I've already made my point of wanting to go.
Oh, we got 3 votes.
I mean, yeah, at that point, like even if Blastos is not to, you guys are gonna be marching. Gonna be marching to frontline combat, my friends.
Yeah, because I know the lieutenant, no matter what she learns, is going to be like, "Let's go!"
Oh,
and I
she's
know,
gonna be coming back and being like, "We're going to war now."
like, aye, lieutenant.
To war we go, to war we go, death and glory, something
Because
something.
lieutenant's not going to want to miss out.
No, the lieutenant does not want to miss out.
Also, she has a new sword that needs really blooded.
This is, quite simply speaking, the ultimate opportunity for anybody in the priesthood to flex. They haven't been allowed to just go to war. And this is going to be fuck the rules of engagement sort of warfare. No one fighting, Federation or otherwise, is gonna care what the rules of war are.
That's we're literally going into the Federation, which is basically Russia, and going, "We're taking your stuff," and they're like, "Are you sure about that?
I'm just thinking.
Come at me, bro! I will body
Bioweapons.
come at you, bro."
Bioweapons, weapons of mass destruction. There's regulations against, say, orbital bombarding, infantry. That's definitely going to be out the window instantly.
I will build a skill.
What's that? I'm not supposed to shoot a member of infantry with an anti-material rifle? My anti-material rifle disagrees.
It has a very strong opinion.
It has one very loud thing to say about that. So this is going to be stepping into a total war situation where two groups absolutely fitted for this war are going to do it.
Or you get more merit, right? Because the fighting's gonna be vicious as fuck.
Oh yes, this will be a high merit section.
Because I have the Britannia formula. It's all the best survival perks for infantry. And I'm gonna build it again. Because I know how to live.
Okay, so
Except against orbital bombardment. That's hard.
yeah, no, well, you'll have to figure something out for that.
I
So,
have a PowerPoint, but
at this point, I mean, you guys now know what you're getting into then.
Yeah.
And it is time for you to make appropriate plans. Matt,
Mhm.
for the weapon you're working on, plus 50 from that first thing there. It's
Okay.
basically half the degrees of success you got rounded up.
All right.
That's going to be your rolling bonus. So that's the start of your rolling bonus. So you're going to make something amazing here. And at this point, it's going to be a question of how many times do you want to roll and how much time do you want to spend on it? Because with a plus 50, to just build a functioning weapon, you will need total, like after this set of rolls, because this was like establishing the baseline, you will need, let's say, 20 degrees total for a specialty weapon using this metal.
Mhm.
That is just to make a functioning, this is a specialty weapon made from this metal, da da da. Works with priest to fire, etc.
Okay.
Anything more fancy than that, like, you just need to tell me what exactly it is you want to make, and I will give you how many degrees you're going to need. And of course, ones and stuff will offer in different mutations. 100s will offer different mutations too. Good or bad, they will.
Okay. Let's. Is it just all right? So we're gonna do
And it's going to be,
weaponsmith.
yeah, it'll just be your wall weaponsmith moving forward, because this was establishing your thing. And how you do on your weaponsmiths, which are running off your willpower now, will add in stacking bonuses with time.
Okay. So how many rolls do I get a week? One a day?
We'll do it as 2-day things for this particular one. So it's a roll every 2 days.
Okay.
How many
Well,
days
I was
until engagement? Sorry, Matt.
Month and a half.
All right. So
And it's going to be how long you have to work on things too.
Yep.
So that'll bring you up to additional plus 20, so it'll be a plus 70. That's why I said, if you want to go for broke here, you can go for broke here.
going for broke, bro.
Well, give me an idea of what it is you would like this weapon to be.
I I want this to be my right of being a journeyman.
So you're trying to make this into a journeyman weapon.
Yes. I was
Okay.
told this would be my journeyman weapon by my, so I take that dictate seriously. And if I have to spend the entire month and a half on it, I fucking will.
So if you want this to be a true journeyman weapon where you put blood, sweat, and tears and make something just absolutely insane, you are going to need at least 60 degrees of success.
So
It's a
that's where we're
total.
at.
It's a total amount over all of your rolls.
Yeah. So we're
But
at 6.
yeah.
And 4 days. So this add a
And
plus 10 from that.
from here, this is just going to make an absolutely fantastic weapon. Like, unless you roll a 1 or a 100, it is just going to be your downtime rolls for a minute. On that case, I will swap over to Johnny while you continue rolling them, and we'll find out if you roll any ones in the meantime. Okay?
Okay.
Johnny,
Yes.
you now have, now you know what you're going to be going into. You now know what you need to prep for. How would you like to start preparing yourself for this? Because this is a lot.
Yeah, I'm just kind of... I'm deciding what route to take.
Because there's a lot of options on what you can and can't do.
One option is offense. Another option is utility with finding a way to do more mass healing, I suppose, is one way to describe it. Third option is make some funky viruses that could enhance the body and make some super soldiers.
Yeah, you could definitely do like serums to upgrade people. That is viable. You could get into more technomancy stuff if you wanted to start looking into cyber warfare things. If you wanted to start trying to do that more for the team. You are a biological specialist for super soldiers, and you do have the genetics of some master geneticist species that has been did some wild shit way back when. You could start looking more into that.
So
You have a
that's
lot of
my
options.
grand ambition, that aspect, but it's the taking both my current species that I was trying to look for, but now that I know its downfall of the psychic aspect, using its psychic resistance to make let's say a cross species between the two.
If you're talking about with Leonin and the other species, yeah, that's what you mean?
Yeah.
The Leonin cannot be crossed with psionic species.
Okay.
It's just outside of their genetic code. Unfortunately, that is a hard rule of them. Okay, I have food at the door. I'm going to go grab that while you think on that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm back.
Hey.
So, the Leonin are ideal for making an anti-psychic species.
Yes,
it doesn't stop you from using technomancy either.
Which is what I'm thinking. Instead of falling back on my original plan, what I was thinking is if I can control this species and not allow them to use their psychic presence on me as the master to stop the influence, I suppose, because that's where there'd be their biggest uses. If I can get one under me to use as a tool, that might be interesting, but it could also backfire.
Well, I will say one of the things that you have rather distinctly learned about the sub creatures, like the drones and stuff there, they are built to be subservient.
Yes.
That's why they bowed to the scientist like almost immediately, because it's in their nature to do so.
Yeah.
Like they start getting orders, they immediately act. You have now found that based off of what you know, and I will say that your scientific companion she has Siri.
Yep.
She has not been sitting idle while you guys were gone.
I figured.
She has been making some progress. She's been researching some of the genetics, especially since you have, thanks to your patron, filled in a few gaps.
Yeah, just tiny ones.
Yes, a few very important gaps, as it turns out. Siri, I mean. Siri. Siri, when you get back to the lab, she's just going to be very excited to see you. She's like, I have learned things. I know things now. I understand where I fucked up.
Well, I've gained
Also,
some cash.
congrats on not being dead.
I appreciate it. It was quite an explosive experience.
Because of the explosions.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wasn't expecting it, to be honest. I knew there was some danger afoot, but not like that. But when you go to a place with high explosives, I guess expect the worst.
Yeah, you see, this is why I don't hang out with explosive experts. They always blow something up, usually by accident, but, sometimes on purpose, and I don't know which is worse.
We're blowing up concepts. I'd rather do that than just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. So, I have learned things, though. I have figured a few things out. I figured out a couple of my mistakes.
We learn from them.
Yeah, no, definitely learn from them. Definitely should not have woken that administrator up. Or the combat units at that. Turns out, okay, so there's a hierarchy of authority and built into their genetic structure, like directly, right?
Yes.
The lowest is, of course, the drones. They do whatever is required of them. And I do mean literally anything. They can be used as combat units. They are not really designed for it, but they're not designed for it. You know what I mean? So you got that. And then the combat units then have authority over them directly, where to order them around specifically in combat and to enact emergency protocols. So, if, just as an example that I couldn't imagine why it comes to mind, but just as an example, if someone was to start waking things up and there's no master around and they're supposed to revive the master, the soldiers put out orders to start getting together what's necessary to do that, which always starts with an administrator to run everything.
Right.
The soldiers don't have a lot of authority, but they have enough authority, if that makes sense.
Right.
Then you have the administrator. He's the one we're really screwed when he wakes up, because his job is to do whatever the creator wants. Period. No holds barred.
And we're the creators here, right?
Well, that's where we start getting into the complications I'm running into. The stuff that I haven't been able to figure out.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Let's figure it out together.
Yeah. So, here's what I got so far. It seems it is hardlined into the genetics who's in charge. And it's a psionic signal or brainwave. It's psionic brainwaves that they're actually registering, not anything else. And, psionic signatures being what psionic signatures are, they're effectively unique to the individual.
What about brain chips, in a sense? I have technomancy. I can use it to make the alterations.
What I'm trying to figure, we would have to override the parts of their brains that are associated with all of this.
Right.
It's basically doing a minor lobotomy at that point.
I know it's going to be hard.
And the other problem is, I think that we would be fighting with their bodies if we just put in a chip. See, their entirety of their body was constructed off of the strain of genetics that I retrieved, right?
Right. Yes.
The entirety of them was constructed off of that. The orders are in every piece of their body. That's why they can't defy it. It is so intrinsically a part of them, there is nothing other than what they are designed to do.
But can we design them to do more?
Maybe. I'd assume so. It feels like we should. The only reason I'm not immediately saying yes is I haven't figured out how they even managed to encode it into the genetics like that. I figured out that I can see that they had to have. You can see certain things within the lines, but how does one do this? How do we do this? Questions I don't have answers to. It's like looking at a hydro generator and understanding that it makes power from water. Great. How? What is the underlying mechanics of how that works? I don't know. And I don't necessarily need to know for it to work. But I would need to know it to be able to make it work in a way that it's not intrinsically working. Okay, see, that's I don't know. I have been going in loops on it for days. Okay?
Yes. No, I understand. But
You've asked the question. Yeah, Wes, go ahead.
An outside perspective is important, and that's what we're here for. Help each other.
Yes, exactly. And you can see where this you've entered into the realm of where I've gotten stuck. I don't know how to work around the built-in code because it's in every part of them. If you were to chop off one of these guys' arm, feed it the right materials, it would grow another one of them with the exact same order set that is built into them. You can do it with toes, fingers, anything. It is built into them as a whole.
It's a great concept. Memory cells.
Yeah, it's entirely a design made. I can tell why they did it. They were operating under the assumption that there was people out there that could rewrite the code. So they made it so that while you could, in essence, steal the code, certainly, doing so with a whole creature is a nightmare.
Well, the people
Not
that
that you-
created them were nightmares, I suppose.
So it would seem. But the whole thing is designed entirely around the concept of, I know somebody could hack this genetic coding, so I'm going to make it as hellishly hard for them as possible so that either they'll get frustrated and stop, I guess, or maybe so they can find out that it's happening and prevent it.
I think it's
Or
more
maybe.
like encryption.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. It's just, it feels like encryption. They've encrypted the genetics. It explains why it has a junk shell around it to make it so that you can't look at it without getting too deep, because I still can't look directly at it. I still cannot look at the living material. It is still very frustrating.
What about nanites? Things that live within it instead of being attached and put into place.
Maybe they would be able to more actively reroute around the order conditions.
Yes.
Definitely would be able to redirect the command structure into us. I don't know how well it would work for you though. What with the fact that you're a Leonin and they take all their commands psionically. Like, if you're
Yes.
not psionic of some sort or have a way to work around it, then you're out of luck. Like, this was distinctly, you know what this feels like to me for that part of it? It feels like the like that species that's going, anybody who isn't able to do this is lesser than us, and the lessers shouldn't be able to touch our toys type of thing.
Mm.
That's the impression I'm getting, is that one was less there to prevent others from doing things and more there to ensure that anybody that wasn't psionic couldn't do anything. Because they're so subservient that if there isn't another mind authorized within range, the drones will just do whatever you tell them to. They don't it's not like with the soldiers who actually look to see who's in charge and go, "Oh, you don't belong. I'm not going to do what you say. I'm going to do my thing." No, the drones, they just act. They get order, they act.
Mhm.
But nanites might work.
I was hoping to
I'm just
build up a resistance with the Leonin genetics.
What do you mean?
Well, when I chose this body,
I'm sorry, you chose this body?
I did.
What do you mean you chose this body?
I wasn't always a Leonin.
She's got that look in her eye right now that you recognize as, I kind of want to take you apart. Kind of that same look you found in your own eye when you first saw the drones. You were like, I wanna see how you work. And
Yeah.
you're currently on her end of that as the, I want to
figured
know.
this is the next important step in our relationship.
Oh, we have a relationship now.
We work together as partners. Of course we do.
Well, if I'm completely honest, this isn't my original body either.
2 peas in a pod.
Yeah, or freaks in a tube.
Yeah, more like it.
Anyway, much as I kind of want to dissect you now, we're going to move over that for the moment. Because we have a project to finish first.
We do.
Then we can take each other apart. Not in a murdery way, just... Anyway, you get what I mean. You understand what I mean. What am I thinking?
do.
You understand what I mean. Right,
So,
hmm.
out of character, I'm thinking about some merit purchases. I've been trying to wrap my head around the best way to go about this.
Yes,
I was
use words.
thinking the intelligence characteristic might be too broad, but if I use some select here, do 3 purchases of select, get 30 points into it, I might be able to create a unique power. Or
what are you attempting to build?
it's either nanites or it's either genetic decoding to go with my technomancy route I've been pushing here with the hacker man.
So you want to kind of start splicing your technomancy into genetic coding as well, is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
That's fine.
Just don't know what I would select there. That's the only issue.
So this would be less of a select and more of you're just building a new power.
Mind talent.
So yeah, it'd be a mind talent.
What am I mind talent at right now? I already have 1 in promotion. I could spend 10, and then I could do 5, and then 10 again with an extra 5 available.
I don't believe you have done much in the way of powers yet, have you?
I don't have much. If I go down to my technomancy, I have a mind talent promotion, and then I have a overclock thing that I picked up.
Yeah, I think that's it though for you.
Yeah, out of
it?
my 40 intelligence, I have about 2 left, right?
Yeah, you should have at least 2 powers left because I don't believe you have anything else really. So you should be able to build. You should be able to freely build any powers. Like you shouldn't be hitting.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. This would be definitely a good one. I was just thinking the merit cost, and I do believe it's 10 for the next purchase. And then I could use 2 selects, but I'd have a 5 left over. And I was thinking about putting swiftness into it.
So this is a whole new talent purchase that you're doing. You're building a whole new mind talent.
Yeah.
So I believe that starts at a 5.
I already bought the first one promotion.
Yeah, and
the next one usually goes up by another +5, at least for this.
Yeah, I've made changes to the system, remember?
I didn't realize you changed for those ones as well. Very nice.
Yes, well, I'm then being stingy with merit, and I don't intend to get too much more generous with merit moving forward.
Fair enough.
So I wanted to make sure that getting your stuff, like even the baseline stuff, is cheaper. Not only that, if you remember, even if you don't want to spend merit on it, in the downtime actions, you can build a new ability. It only takes a week to be able to make an ability like this. For yours, it will require some material cost as well, where you're going to basically have to buy things to experiment with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's specifically because of how you're going about it. But that would make it so you can build the basic ability without having to spend merit on it.
Well, I think that's a great worth then, because if I spend my first week at least getting it, then I can spend 3 purchases with merit instead of just 2. So yeah, let's do that.
Well, here to give you the whole thing, 1 week to get the basic.
Yep.
And then 2 weeks, it gives you your first upgrade of a 5.5 merit worth.
Yep.
And then 4 weeks is a 10 merit one, and then et cetera, going up past 5 weeks.
The reason I want to get more into my downtime, and that's the reason I want to go that route, because I only got a month and a half, right? So
yeah, that's why I'm just trying to give you an idea of like
exactly. I just want to invest early, and yeah.
And I'm just trying to get you like looks into what the downtime thing is to skip, like, so you can save your merit and spend it on more expensive ones when you really, really need it or want it, whichever.
So we're going to spend our first week making this decoding mind talent, or actually it's just decoding.
That's like I said, that is going to require some materials to like learn the stuff with, because basically you're going to have to get a bunch of genetic code to experiment with.
Right.
You could just buy like lab animals and stuff. It's not like I need you to get something specific.
We're on a big base, lots of traffic coming through.
Exactly. Exotic animals come through all the time, pets, things like that. So it's a question of how complex you want to start. If you just want to get like rats or something, that's not hard. Hell, you can capture some from like the station ducks if you want. But if you want something like, oh, I want to experiment with monkeys or something like that, it'd probably be a little bit more, well, not probably, it'll be more expensive because you actually have to find somebody that deals in them and then, go from there.
Yeah.
So what would you like to start with? Do you want to start with rodents? Do you want to start with something more complex? How do you want to start this?
I would like to start with something complex.
How complex you want? Do you want monkey complex, cat complex, dog complex?
Monkeys would be the best bet here because they're complex, more complex than the. Yeah, I'm just looking for something gene complex wise that we can work off of here.
Yeah, so we're not starting small. We're going straight to big. Got it.
This is a go big or go home situation. And I'm already going home, so.
Last question then. Are you looking for larger monkeys or like smaller ones? Like the
Large.
So like chimps and stuff.
Yeah.
Not gorilla large, I assume.
No, it's gonna be too expensive.
Sure you don't want to start with mice? Mice are only 5% off of the human genome.
It's true.
Chimpanzees are less than 2% off the human genome, and that's why they use mice for most testing, is because they are so dang close to...
Well, there is a bit of a misnomer within that, I will say. In that basically they have found that mice testing actually isn't that great because that percentage is in such important places. But also, it's not that important for what he's working on, whether or not it's close to the human genome. Because what he's working on is more, I'm looking for, like he's trying to take a complex mind form and basically implant the same kind of genetic instructions as these other species did.
That's fine. I just wanted to poke that out there, just in case.
Thank you
Because
for the
mice are also
information.
a lot easier to get a hold of.
Yes.
They are. That's why I asked
100%.
if he wanted. That's why I started by being like, "Do you want to find rats? Do you want to find mice? How do you want to start this?" Because rodents are easy to get.
Yeah.
You can also get them in much larger quantities. They're easy to store, easy to maintain, easy to contain.
If I had the time frame, Matt, I would go mice first and then work my way up. But I don't. That's the hard part.
Go ham, fam. Bring the hamage.
Monkeys it is. If you're going for like chimps and stuff, they are gonna be a bit expensive.
Yep.
That's gonna be I'm gonna have to say that's gonna be like 2,000 cred to get a chimp. They're not very common anymore. Most of them are bred in captivity for collectors. So they are very expensive to get your hands on.
Is there any alternatives I could use with infused knowledge here to try to get a cheaper deal? That'd be on the same thing I'm looking for.
Actually, you could do it better. I bet in this day and age, since chimpanzees are harder to get a hold of in this particular case, there are probably designer species built by companies specifically for testing for this type of thing.
No, actually, because doing this type of work is very illegal.
Yeah.
I bet there's still a group out there that does it.
Oh yes, there's an underground group for it, but what he's doing is very illegal. So
even with the chimps,
the genetic testing is the problem.
I mean, yeah.
That's the illegal part of this. Experimenting on chimps, that unto itself isn't horribly illegal, but what he's testing on them, and if you were to buy them through buying them through official channels, you actually have to, be like, oh, I'm working on this, and there's a chance of, being caught if you lie to them, so it's easier to buy them as like pets or something and then do whatever you're going to do. Because people ask less questions when you're like, oh, I just want a pet chimp. And they're like, oh, okay. So he's lying one way or the other about why he wants these chimps. It's just that one of these lies is easier than the others.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. Sorry, I interrupted.
That's all good.
No, it was valid. It was a valid, hey, could you try that? Like, maybe would this work for you type of thing. I don't think Johnny's going to be upset with ideas when he's
Never.
already spitballing.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting it through the channels of, oh, I want to buy a pet, it's going to be like 2,000. If you want to go through the illegal channels to try to get them off the books, which can be very important for your work. If you want to get them like off the books from outside sources, in essence, loosely of the right channels to go through. You had an actual person when you were working in a lab that did this sort of thing for you for acquisition of subjects.
Yep.
But you do know of some of the groups they went through to do that. Because, you guys were all working in the lab together. You're not really allowed to talk about what you're working on outside of the group here, so you talk to each other.
All right, so that sounds good. Is there any connections I can use through Doomco?
Doomco, no. They don't get into genetic research.
Okay, I wasn't thinking genetics. Yeah. Perfect.
Well,
okay, we'll go that route then.
What I was going to say is they do some biological research illegally, because it's Doomco and they will.
But I'm not high enough to even know that they were doing that in the first place, so...
There's a lot of rumors about them doing it, but yeah, you have no way to confirm it, and if you were to ask your bosses, you would basically be getting the why are you asking question.
Yeah, 100%. Yep, I got that. I do.
Yeah, no, it's that'd be a very awkward thing to start asking your bosses. Hey, about the illegal genetic testing that I'm not supposed to know about, or illegal biological weapon testing I'm not supposed to know about, and they're like, "Excuse me?"
Yes.
So there is a minor danger with the illegal group, beyond the fact that, it's a group of criminals.
Mm-hmm.
The group you know of is one that works with the Federation regularly. So if they were to find out who you were, it could be a problem.
You know that backstory that you don't really want coming to bite you in the ass?
Yep.
Yep. So that's kind of where you're sitting on that front.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you want to go about this?
So yeah, we're going to use the back channels and try that way, make some acquisition purchases.
And so you are going to go through the criminals then?
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be through me. It could be through my associate.
Which associate? Oh, you talking about Siri?
Yeah.
So you're going to basically give Siri, hey, these are the people to get our things for, and then she's going to ask at least a couple questions. She's like, who are these people? How do you know them? How far can we trust them?
They trust money. That's for sure.
They trust money. Very encouraging. No, genuinely, very encouraging. What kind of funds do we have right now?
How much funds did we gain from our last mission? Because I didn't do that.
You got your base pay, right?
Yeah.
You got whatever bonus pay that you were going to get. And I know I gave you guys a frontline combat bonus. Matt, what was the combat bonus? Do you remember?
Because I had 1,000 creds going into this before we finished the mission. I mean, like, yeah.
I want to say you're going to be getting at least an extra like 500, but I don't remember the exact number. And Matt's apparently gone MIA for a second.
So
I would have to check the recording for the exact number because I just realized I didn't write it down.
All right, I can check. Let's say I have around 1,500 then for now for credits.
Yeah, you definitely should. You should at least have like 2,000 from the job.
Yeah,
I know that. That's including like the month pay and all that.
So let's say 2,000 to be safe, because we don't want it to be dealing with rent for the month. So
Yep, you do have your rent, your monthly rent. You have to keep in mind. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So going through the criminals, having Siri go to them. Let me make a roll for her. Actually,
I was thinking too. Could we get a loan out through the Doomco? Like
if you want to
pay
take a loan,
advance?
yeah, they actually do loans. I have mentioned that in the past.
Mini life right there.
So, like, what she's going to get price-wise from lay criminals is going to be about... It's only going to be 1K for the monkey. So it's like half the price, and she's like, oh, they're kind of sketchy. But then again, we are conducting illegal research, so who am I to judge?
Should we do 2 for the price of 1?
Might as well.
Fine.
What's the phrase? In for a penny, in for a pound, or something?
Something like that.
A pound a monkey.
How much do you think we'll need for the next month's research?
Depends on how much we fuck up.
Right.
Like, if we get this right the first time, we only need the 1 monkey.
Sounds good.
If we don't get it right the first time, we're going to need a lot of monkeys.
Okay, so I'm going to subtract the 2,000 credits.
Yeah, so you're going to get 2.
Yep.
So I will be having you basically do rolls to actually like do this, and how well you do on the rolls that will determine, how many monkeys it takes. Because,
right.
as previously stated, if you get it right the first time, you only need the 1 monkey.
So what about this first week for making the Technomancy power?
So for making the Technomancy power, that you just needed something to experiment on.
Right.
So with it, you're not going to you're not about to blow it up because you're not about to lose the monkey just off of the power, because I wasn't going to have that be a part of the expenses on this.
Right.
So, that's fine. You get the monkey, you have the monkey, you experiment for a bit. It'll take a week to get it tuned in how you want it to, and that's about it.
Okay.
As for your actual experiment, that's where you're going to potentially lose the monkey effectively, because that's when you're going to be going from experimenting with a new power to experimenting to actually get something done.
Yeah. So that's definitely the if we use downtime here to work on the subject, we'll do basic ability for the first week. Second week will be a first upgrade with 5 merits. And then we'll go
Sorry,
into
I'm eating it.
Oh yeah,
all
no
this,
worries.
so.
Man. Yeah, I'm not catching any chewing, so it's fine. So yeah, we'll do the first 2 weeks to improve upon this power, so we get it right, and then I'm going to invest merit into it after, with the second week's over to get better results.
Okay, so it'll be the third week that you start pushing into actually.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Boo, 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 boo. Sounds good. For this, for working on your, because you're trying to basically supplant the control that the drones have, and basically redirect it to be, I'm in charge, I'm the master, da 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 da. Cool. So first step is going to be implanting those same directives that the drones have into the monkey.
So, first question: what would the skill be used for this decoding power?
For decoding, for your gene decoding, in essence.
Yeah, what we're calling it. Yeah.
Whew. I believe you have geneticist as in your skill, right?
I have scholastic biology as my only.
Did we actually get you? Didn't we get you actual trade geneticist?
No, we didn't.
We were supposed to.
Okay. Do you want me to put 5 merit down for that then?
No, you should have already had that.
Okay.
That's one of those, you should have had that as like something you got for free type of thing.
Yeah, from the backstory kind of deal. Gotcha.
Yeah, so just add that in. We'll have it as baseline and basically have that as an excuse if you haven't done it in a while and maybe complications with your first transfer.
Fair enough.
Because, but that's where you should be sitting with that.
Okay.
So it'll be running off of that. What it does mean is you don't need equipment, for one.
Right,
you could just work on things, which is a new experience. And it'll allow you to get past certain things that would require excessive amounts of effort more quickly than if you were doing it in a more traditional fashion. So, like the shell that is on the genetics, usually it would take you time to, crack through the shell, get on the other side of it, do your experimentation, all that stuff.
Yeah.
This makes it so that doing that is a lot faster than you're used to. And doesn't require machinery.
So is this with the first and second purchase? This is what I'm getting pretty much from that? Or this first purchase with the second upgrade? Or the first upgrade, technically.
And so you are up to the first major upgrade for it, huh?
Yeah, this would. I'm now going to put 10 merit into this skill after. So I just wanted to make sure we got the first bit out of the way. Yeah.
Okay, so the baseline of it makes it so that you can manipulate genetics without requiring equipment.
Correct.
Effectively.
Yep.
The second level will have the number of degrees of success necessary to crack through protective shells on genetic codes. And I am doing that specifically for what you're working on. It's kind of one of those, And unfortunately, I'm going to tell you now, this is not a skill that's going to come up horribly often.
I know.
It's just not. This is such a specialized skill that you are building right now, my friend. But as you have now learned, it is not impossible to code things. Oh, it will allow you to code your own security systems like this into genetics, though.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, so, like, you will be able to replicate that effect. It won't be quite as intense as the one you're looking at, because you're new to that. But it's only because you're new to it, and it's going to just take time to get to the master level that these people were at. You are, in essence, reverse engineering somebody's gene tech.
Yeah, pretty much. Reverse engineer is one of the other thoughts I'd put for decoding, but I think decoding's fine.
You can call it whatever you like. I don't mind. I'm just saying that's,
So-
in essence, what you're doing.
This is important because I don't know how I look at it as like a skill we're upgrading for your downtime actions. So is my next purchase putting 10 merit into it, or is it only 5 for the select?
It is going to be going into the 10 merit purchase.
And that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to do a mind select 10 after that.
Okay. So we're at 10 now.
Mhm.
For this purchase, I need to think on this for a second,
No worries.
because I'm trying to think of exactly what I want to give you for that. Because, like, what you're doing is very interesting. What I'm thinking currently, is that the way I think I'm going to do this for this next purchase, I already have you without needing machines to work on it. Basically,
Correct.
being able to
First one.
fancy hack things. Going to be able to start building your own coding shell, your effective gene code shell, to make it so people can't just look at it. I think the most appropriate next upgrade would be compulsions. Once again, it's not quite on level with what you're looking at. It's not designed in the, you have to obey sort of way. But in an unintelligent creature, you'll be able to implant basically almost like the same kind of instinctual directive that they have to find food or
Yeah.
defend home, etc. You can
Fight or flight.
Yeah, you can implant those into
Okay.
your and into something that you are altering the genetics of. It's not going to be perfect for trying to do it into creatures with actual intelligence. It will still be in there, but it would still be even though you have this drive to do it on an instinctual level, an intelligent creature would be able to go, why would I want to do this? And maybe tell it no. Works great for unintelligent creatures, and it is the first step for working on the intelligent ones.
Yeah, for sure.
The drones are... This also gives you some insight into the drones a bit, too.
Yeah.
The baseline one of them. They are not fully sapient. They don't really have a thought process. They
Thralls, in a
have...
sense.
Oh, very much thralls. They have, I want I am to do these things for the master. And that is pretty much what is in their head. And that's why they will follow orders, even if there's not another, like, even if the person in question isn't technically supposed to be in charge of them, because it's just, I do these things for the master. Who is the master? They are the master. And they don't, unless there is a mind specifically going, I am the master, and it lines up with certain parts of the genetic coding that that's what you're going to be trying to crack.
Mhm.
It just accepts it. It just goes, okay, you are master until that specific code is provided. So the drones, they aren't actually intelligent beings. They aren't very much more intelligent than, say, a sheep.
But they're good builders
have
when they have instructions on how to do things. They follow it to a T.
ants. Ants is my example, perfect example.
Yeah.
They're great at building. They go, oh yeah, I'm going to build this tunnel. And they build that tunnel. And it doesn't matter to them, like, which queen is ordering it, so long as it is a queen that's in charge of them.
Right.
And then if you find the right pheromones, effectively, that's when you start getting, pheromones and stuff.
In this case,
yeah,
the
you get
pheromones are psychic powers.
basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically, they're like ants. They're like a big old thing of ants. Very dangerous ants because they can rip through metal, but ants nonetheless.
Oh, I figured out what I need then. All right. Sweetness.
So the drones, they will be easy. So long as you can effectively put out the pheromone that they are looking for in charge, great. The only problem is, as they are designed now, and this is only a problem for your specific wants and needs, is that pheromone is pre-built in for the one that overrides other pheromones. So while they will follow any queen who provides the pheromone, or in this case, psionic signature, there is one pheromone that they go, this smell better than all the others.
Important question, Liam.
Yes.
If I go to another pillar here, does the cost reset, or is it still the same?
The costs do reset. We are still doing that.
All right. I'm going to do a spirit select on decoding this time.
What are you looking for with this? Let me
There's two thoughts. There's two thoughts. Technomancy, which is kind of almost like a spirit, but more mind related for sure. The second one was the psychic influence this coding has.
Yes.
Or coding in general that has a psychic influence or spiritual things that attach itself. And unless psionics is purely mind-based, which is completely fair, I was thinking spirit here would go good with that. At least that's what I was thinking, at least.
So psionics normally don't touch the spirit.
Right.
Like, it's just not...
Yeah.
It's all mind-based. Do you still want to purchase that upgrade? That is just what you know about, like, everything currently. You do know psionics, they are mind-based. They don't touch the soul.
Yeah.
It's not how they are standard. I will say, for your benefit, these guys already have done some weird things.
There might be some, I was just thinking, karmic ties in like its species. Maybe there's like, because it's connected to like the mother, or at least they're, what am I trying to say here? The gods of the
The primordials.
The primordials, right. They had an effect on these species because these were originally from an older species, correct?
Yes, they were
genetically made.
That was...
Yeah. And I was thinking, if that genetic coding is related to those things, if I can get in through that and then change it so it's not attached to it as much as it was, to make it my own compared to being a direct carbon copy of what I'm dealing with. That might be interesting, and which is a good try. At least I can maybe think about going for that. So I'll keep the spirit. I want to see what I get from it.
So you do want to purchase spirit then?
I do. I still want to. I think it's a good call.
Okay. So this is still going to be intelligence based, but I'm actually going to have you roll your intelligence with this new addition to your set.
Okay.
Roll me an intelligence test, please. Degrees will very much matter here.
Well, here's hoping for a 1. An 88 is not good enough.
No.
And I'm not rolling at Silco, so I blame that. I will use my one and only fate point I have then.
Yes. I mean, we're not doing anything else tonight, so.
And that's all she wrote.
Well, it's not going to be your only roll you might get tonight, but, you know, for this one, you're not sure. You've gotten this upgrade, you're kind of looking at it, and you're like, psionics don't touch the soul. It's just not what they do. It's just not a part of their design. And you just kind of, yeah. So for now, we'll have that. I'll keep that in mind moving forward, that you have that. You feel something different about the world around you now that you're starting to tap into the more soul-based thing.
Yeah. Perfect. And then
What's more is you feel a different kind of shift when you do this, though. And it takes you a few seconds to kind of pin where the shift came from, but it's actually coming from the Forgotten Network.
That's what I was thinking. That's the only soul-based thing I'm connected to.
Yes. You will find that as you're kind of looking at it, you're starting to see some of the movement in there that you didn't see before. Because normally, when you're connected, whether or not you're talking to somebody is the only way anybody can tell that you're talking to each other.
Right.
You know? You're starting to see the different minds connected to it almost more directly. You're almost looking at it from almost an overhead view, where you're not looking into the communications, but you can see the messages being passed back and forth.
Right.
There's a lot of conversation going on. And you notice that all of it is definitely, as you would expect, being monitored by the Forgotten. But there's also another mind in there that is roughly sitting at the same almost overview level you are.
Interesting.
Where they're not diving into the depths, they're just watching quietly. And as you're kind of, you're doing your thing, like you got yourself into this now, and you're like, well, that's neat. You'll feel that other mind turn in your direction and kind of regard you.
Give it the nod.
They've gone. And you will be sent a message from somebody who wasn't a part of your original network. You're seeing the wide network.
Interesting.
The very big one. And it's just, who are you and how did you get here?
You can call me Silco. How did I get here? It's a good question. I'm just practicing some of my technomancy.
Technomancy.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Your name? It's only polite.
Mm-hmm. As you can almost feel that, should I answer? I go by Richmond.
Richmond, it's a pleasure.
Yes, I suppose it is. I didn't think that the Forgotten was allowing more than one of us. And the Forgotten's got to kind of shift his attention to the two of you for a second. He's like, I didn't. He did this on his own. Interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
And he's just, So he's not like me. The Forgotten's like, no. I'm only allowed one of you, Richmond. He's like, yes, lovely. Good. Well, I suppose you are now sitting in the little observer corner as well. I am officially the High Priest of the Forgotten, so hello and welcome.
It's a pleasure. Like I said before, I guess I'm a little ignorant on the whole structure of it all. But
there isn't much of one. It annoys me that there isn't much of one, but he insists on keeping it loose.
I see.
I'm the only thing that you could consider a superior for the organizational structure at this time. There's no sense of seniority otherwise. And even then, if you're not a part of the religious sect of this, then it's up to you whether or not you really want to listen to me.
Oh, I of course would listen to you.
He's going to kind of shrug. He's like, you can say that, but until proven otherwise, I will assume that I get nothing from anybody. Authority is earned, after all.
You've already gotten my answers. I hope that's a good step.
It's a good step for introductions and politeness. But, as I said, authority is earned, so I'm not going to exercise it on you blindly.
I appreciate that. How would I tell you a little bit about my current ambitions?
Oh, well, if you'd like, I might be able to assist, and as the High Priest, you can almost hear him putting air quotes around it when he says that, of the Forgotten, I am to offer my assistance to the others that are connected to him in whatever capacity I am able. We are... Consider us a bit of a communist commune of sorts.
I see.
We share fairly freely. Or at least we're supposed to. Not many of us are connected enough to be able to do so, so...
All right. Silco will pretty much explain the gene idea that he has for the technomancy and how he's applying it, and also last purchase, Liam, mind select 15 points of merit into the decoding power.
Mind select again?
Yep, third purchase. Or actually, I guess it's the third purchase. It's like because the first one was freely gotten, right? So
yeah. So what this will do is you'll be able to apply compulsions to intelligent creatures as well.
Okay.
They will get resistances.
Okay.
And what it'll be is you insert the compulsion, and anytime something triggers it, it's an opposed versus your intelligence. Even if you don't know they're opposed, like they're rolling it, like I'll just roll it in the background.
Yep.
Like for you. And yeah, sorry, I had to take a drink because I have a sandwich and a piece of like toast just got stuck in the back of my throat as soon as I was talking. Anyway, Yeah, so the way it's going to work is now you can put compulsions that will. It's low level intelligence creatures that you're going to be able to start with, not fully sentient and
Mhm.
independent, but it'll affect things like the warrior drones because they're intelligent, though not independently. They don't have free will.
And this
The best
also
way to put
helps with the current study I'm doing on with the more intelligent chimpanzee.
it. Yeah. So that's pretty much what it runs down to. And when it comes to the more intelligent creatures, like I said, it'll be their willpower versus your
Yep,
intelligence for the start. And it's just going to be a straight oppose test. I'll roll it in the background if it's not something you're aware they're resisting against,
sounds good.
et cetera. Once you kind of explain what you're up to Richmond, he's going to sit there and consider things for a minute before. Well, it's certainly a very interesting concept.
I appreciate it.
I can see some of the applications as well, and compelling others to do as you want. Hmm.
That's
It
how
has
we.
a.
Oh,
It actually has a similar resonance to something I'm attempting.
do tell.
Well. Hmm. Well, you're stuck in as it is, so I suppose telling you doesn't really change much. Consider this an official order from the High Priest not to speak of this outside of our own ranks, though. Speak of
Very
it
well.
freely among those dedicated to the Forgotten, of course. We are free among ourselves, but not outside of that. Do you understand?
I understand.
Great. And terrible, horrible things happen if you disobey, and blah, 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 blah.
I
Waves a
understand.
hand vaguely.
Of course.
Almost disinterested hand waving. Right. So, I have some plans in place to get minds bound to our own to obey us, to effectively soul bond them to the Forgotten Priesthood, to have them work with us unquestioningly, create our own zealots, as it were.
I was thinking cultists, but that's not the right word. Bodyguards,
Cultists, bodyguards,
advisors,
loyal populace. I'm going with
loyalists.
loyal. I'm going with loyal populace for this because I have other plans in place. Excuse me. I'm sure you're aware of all the chaos starting to go into effect right now.
Yes, the hot and the dark. The hot and the cold are waging war.
Yes, have a few years in that camp, and they've been passing along information. I know they're going to war, and they're going to war with the Federation, which is
Yes.
convenient. As you know, the Federation is a little oppressed.
Did you know that I was once a Federation citizen?
Oh, I didn't. Well, then you'll probably find that you'll understand exactly what I mean when I say this. Then they're very oppressed. They are a bunch of people left to rot, especially those who are out on the rim worlds, those little bordering the edge of all of known space and time people, the ones that are
Yes.
so far out from everything that really the colonies are only there for minerals. They're staring out into the black void between galaxies. It's terrifying. Well, those poor, poor souls. The Federation leaves them to their own devices and leaves troops there to keep them in line. I was planning to do something about it. And while I'm at it, getting that lovely population to agree to a little zealotry. After all, if you don't agree to it, the soul is rather inalienable. You don't You don't enforce your will on the soul unless it agrees to it, if it's capable of agreeing at least.
Consent is important.
It's not... Yes, but not for moral reasons. It is a gift of the mother and the father, the primordials unto those they grant true sapience to, and the act of free will. Your soul is yours, and yours alone. You don't... It doesn't freely get reshaped by anything of this universe. The Forgotten, for all of his power, can't force someone to become one of his, for example. I couldn't walk up and soul bond some random person to my will simply because I want to do it. They would have to agree to be bound. And once they're bound, I mean, they're mine. They're not getting away after that. And
Not unless
they,
we let it.
yes, exactly. And it's not like I'm going to.
Hmm.
It does mean that the agreement does bind me as well. I have to uphold my end of things, of course. But that's it. That's going to be the main issue we're going to run into. Doing this with the monkeys and the animals. That it'll be relatively simple. You set up whatever commands you want. You do as you please. They're not sentient. They don't have souls in the same way I and you do.
Yes.
But that means that people like us, well, we can't be compelled. So that's going to be where you're going to start running into a problem with your project. You won't be able to compel those greater minds that you need to compel. It's just not a part of them. Not a part of what you can do to them.
So maybe it's best to cut out the middleman.
What do you mean?
Well, if I can't compel those minds,
Yes.
I just become their job, pretty much. I take over what they were supposed to do.
That's the interesting thing here. You said that these creatures, they have a master that they obey like that, right?
Correct.
What did they do that allowed them to do this? Because I've already explained to you the issue, haven't I? That you
Psionics.
get... Yes, but that doesn't change the soul, you see. So,
Right.
what did they do to get the soul to agree to this binding? Because I don't know if it's obvious to you, but based off of what you've told me, it sounds as though they're soul bound. It's how you get it so thorough.
Interesting. Maybe it's the creation process to begin with, the birthing.
Maybe, but they would have to be an agreement across the species to obey. You would have to find out how exactly they got the binding done. And, well, without looking at it myself, I couldn't tell you.
I wonder if it's a thing to do with their blood. They are organic after all.
Maybe. Like I said, I can say without actually getting my hands into it and looking. However, I would suggest that if you're seeking that sort of thing, you could travel deeper into the bonds of the Forgotten. Oh, I know. You could bind them to you via the communion. That could work.
Interesting.
It's what I'm going to be doing myself when I get the the population into hand. I'm going to have them join the communion, make our agreements of what I do for them in exchange for their obedience. And then we continue from there, as it were.
So what if we... What if we did the communion with the administrators?
Well, all the other ones already obey the administrators above anything other than the master itself, so you would just have to get the administrator to agree. Though, based off of what you're telling me, I think the administrators are... They might actually be sentient unto themselves.
I think so. They definitely need to be autonomous.
Yes, so that would likely mean that they are more difficult to... If they've already made an agreement, it might be nigh impossible to get them to break it. It depends on what the actual agreement was and why they did it.
What about if I made an administrator of someone I already know? Someone who I already have a bond with?
It wouldn't bind them to this species, but it'd be a way to start binding a new species in, if you wanted to make your own.
I was thinking of making my own. Copying it, of course, stealing all the details, but my own nonetheless.
Then you would have to find out what exactly these creatures were to begin with.
Yes, and that's going to cause... Well, no, it's going to be some deeper reading, I suppose.
Yes, because, yes, you're absolutely right. If you build the administrator as somebody you know, you're actually going to watch him ponder for a sec. I'm going to make a couple rolls for him. He's like, maybe that's how they did it. If they got somebody that was already bound to them, somebody that already agreed to it, use them as the baseline genetic structure, and just effectively repeatedly clone the same person, same soul,
Yes.
same everything over. Well, you don't really clone a soul per se, but rather make it so those souls are all bound to the original soul that made the agreement. A little complex, but it works.
Doable. Yes. I have a start. I appreciate that.
Well, we are all bound to the Forgotten, and his generosity, his terror, and his might. We are all in this together. Hold on, my roommate just walked in.
No worries.
Anyway, he's like, anyway, we are all one and united under his banner, as it were. The least we can do is help each other, right?
I agree.
On that note, if you wanted to help out with something, I am
Yes.
plotting some rebellions on the rim of the Federation. If you wanted to join.
I was thinking of doing the same thing in a different way through electronic warfare, but I guess that would be around the same concepts. Rebellion. That would work. Of course. How can I be of service?
I need boots on the ground at this point. I need people to come here and help convince the civilian population to join us.
I'm going to
Simple as that.
the front lines the next month.
Oh, that's right. You have work with the Doomco already, yes?
Yes.
Man, you probably won't be able to help. Shame. Oh, well. I would need you long term on the front, you see. This isn't a small or a quick project. We're going to be taking down occupation troops, fleets, and the like with essentially civilian assets.
Speaking of assets, it doesn't mean I can't be of one, but I understand you're looking for a more long-term position, so I must politely decline.
Yes, if you can at least assist by passing on info when possible, I would appreciate that much.
Of course, of course.
Troop movements is really what we're looking for. We need to know if we're going to have a proper insurgency, we're going to need to know where the enemy is. And they're going to be better armed than us. They're going to be better prepared for war than us. So we're going to need all the help we can get. If it makes you feel better, I was planning to offer them food, safety, security, police, all that jazz, as a matter of course, for the people we're going to be bringing into the fold. I'm not going to be a monster about it. I'm not about to ask for human sacrifice or anything. I just know some people concern themselves with that, even if I don't in particular myself. It's not long-term viable is all.
That's fair.
Cruelty isn't long-term viable.
No, tyrants like to be, though. And, well, we learn from their mistakes, now, don't we?
Yes, and the main thing I've learned from the past is if you're going to rule as a tyrant or as what's the phrase?
Dick?
A dictator. What's the word? A beneficial dictator. A benign dictator. Yes, if you're going to rule as a benign dictator, you actually have to be benign.
Yes.
Otherwise, it all just falls apart. So that's what I'm going to be. Or, well, maybe not me specifically, but, you know.
Yes.
Regardless, welcome to the Circle of Confidence. You have been told secrets. Enjoy them.
I will, as they were told in confidence. Yeah, anyway. Thank you for the scene.
as that English just broke down. It's cool, man. I haven't done much wording the last few days, successfully at least.
Frick. Okay, so I guess all it comes down to now is the next month.
Yes, because it was a month and a half.
2 weeks for the technomancy power.
Yep. All told, you're sitting pretty time wise. Not great, but not bad either.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You have gotten some information. You've been introduced to somebody new and vaguely menacing.
Yes. Figuring more about this forgotten.
You're starting to get the impression everybody deeply associated with him is vaguely threatening.
Vaguely. Just a little bit.
Just they're not all, we will conquer the galaxy and instill an age of darkness to rule over everything for eternity, blah, blah, blah. But they are kind of, how can we conquer without everybody rebelling? So, debatable how evil that is.
Yeah, it's the Nike slogan. Do it.
Just do it. Do it. And he's also given you some insight into what you have to do for making a species like this. Specifically the soul bond thing, which was not something you were aware of prior to this. So good information.
Yes, I was a good pickup.
Yes. And I was surprised you decided to talk to Richmond about your project.
Hey, I
'Cause-
was like, might as well.
I mean, the dude already had like a similar plan set to like what you're heading towards.
Mhm.
And that was long pre-planned. I'm going to tell you that now. That wasn't on the spot. So that you asked him about it, I was like, oh, okay. Well, he's asked the right person the right question. Congrats.
Doesn't happen all the time, but when it does,
Yeah, no, that was exactly the right person to ask about this.
Frig.
But no. From there, welcome to entering into the actual project in question.
Mhm.
I'm going to shift back to Matt for a second because he finished his rolls a while ago, and
That's
I do
true.
want to get back to him. Matt? Matt? Do you yet live?
He is away on his thing.
He's still in the chat.
I do see that, though. Yes.
Perhaps he's not here. Well,
When he comes back, we can pause, I
we'll swap
suppose.
back to him. Yeah. We're about to enter into rolls for you because
okay.
now we are about to enter. Now you have information. Now you have some of the key pieces of info you need to proceed. It is a matter of actually doing at this point. Just do it. Damn it.
Trade gene scientist, then, I suppose.
Yes, trade gene scientist is what we will be rolling here. We will go ahead and give me a baseline so we can give you an idea how we're going with this.
Good start.
Good start indeed. So, as for how we're going to be starting, you're going to start poking at some genetics. You're going to start manipulating them, playing with them like a kitten with a ball of yarn.
Legos.
Lego my ego. Right.
Questions.
So-
Are there any bonuses I can get from the equipment I have or the setup or my...
You'll get plus 20 from the equipment.
Okay.
This was just a baseline thing for
To
basically
see which
working
way you're
the
looking for. Yep.
This was me about to give you some baseline information. It's kind of like how I started Matt off with some baseline roles for his work before I started having him have like more stuff attached to it where it's going to get bonuses and work from there. This is just raw what can you figure outism.
Mhm.
So first thing that you figure out very, very quickly is that you are not going to be making progress on the drone genetics. Not really. There's complexities to them that are big.
And beyond
it's
my
gonna
current intelligence, for sure.
That's the big problem. Is it is rather outside of your current level of intelligence. You can see things. You can see that there's something there, but you're having trouble making connections. Now, that said, you do have some powers that are going to give you some info. He was right about the soul bonding, most certainly. They are deeply, deeply bound. And each one is bound to a singular soul. You don't know more than that, though. So, that said, there will be something you will figure out while going through this. You got a few different gene samples when you were doing all of this.
Yeah,
When you
what the big boy, the big man, wrote on the chalkboard, right? He kind of just filled out
Yeah.
the equations in a sense.
He filled in a bunch of gaps, and he just kind of left it for you to figure out further.
Yeah.
One of the things that this will let you figure out is that there are differences in some of the gene coding that you didn't expect.
Right.
One of the things you had noticed only after you've started digging into it deeper is that there was 2 sets of each code, 2 sets of the drones, 2 sets of the combats, 2 sets of the administrators, and now you can see that each one is bound to a different soul. 2 different soul bonds.
Maybe that's how they're the point of the twins for the the monarchs.
And each one has a one drone is bound to one drone's bound to the other.
Okay.
So that's your first bit of info. The second bit of info is that each one seems to be slightly different in some of the instructions from the other. You're not wholly positive yet as to what the differences are, but there are some pretty hefty differences hidden in there. So, how would you, with that info, is there any specific way that you would like to proceed, or do you want me just to give you roles and then give you info as you figure things all off of them?
I think I need to take a loan out and get some mind power going on here. Some supercomputers or ways to use some big data here to figure some shit out.
Well, I'm thinking about it. Let me make some rolls for Siri as well. Or a roll, I should. No, she's not helping right now.
It's okay.
Apologies, but you can see that roll. She's not helping currently. She's trying.
It's okay.
She's too excited about the soul bond thing.
So, what I would like to do is to make a $10,000 or 10,000 credit purchase for
You taking out a
some.
loan?
Yes.
All right.
$10,000 isn't much, but it's a good start, I think.
Well, it's 10,000 credits, which
Yeah.
is a lot considering if you
It's like
want
a mortgage. Take out a mortgage, pretty much.
on $100,000 place, but yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, let me see. That's a very hefty loan. You guys are
Yeah.
very well paid, but that is a hefty loan you're looking for. That's fine. I'm just saying.
No, for sure. And I will use some commerce here to try and get a better interest rate, for sure.
It's Doomco. They have set interest rates. You're not going to be moving
Okay, I
them.
can't. That's fine then. Maybe the commerce test for some loopholes I can abuse.
You're an employee. Their terms aren't going to be horrible,
Mhm.
but it's going to be a 5% interest monthly.
Okay.
So like I said, they're not having horrible terms to you. 5% interest is pretty damn low, but you're also asking for a very large loan. So while it's a very low interest rate on a very large purchase is,
Yeah, I don't have any. I can't like leverage the house either, right? With the bank, if
You
I.
don't. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that, because you don't really have anything to offer up as, like, you don't have anything to really offer up as collateral.
Yeah.
You don't really, like, you work for them, so they're giving you some very good terms to begin with.
Yeah, and the only thing I have going for me is the management track, but that's still like nothing right now. It's nothing until I.
You are a manager trainee who is looking for a very, very large loan.
Yeah.
They aren't asking why you want it, but it is a very big loan you're going for. As you're kind of seeking it, Siri will give you one piece of input, at least
Mhm.
on that part of things, for, like, as you're being like, okay, I want to buy, because I assume this is to buy equipment, right?
Yes.
She's going to be like, if we want to do this, and we're going to do this, right?
Yes.
Great. So, right. If we're going to do this, can I make the rather on the nose suggestion of perhaps making sure we're mobile in case we ever need to flee from the police? I'm suggesting a spaceship.
Okay.
I mean, is there money? Do what you want. I'm just making a suggestion.
It would
Because
fix one of the rent issues we have with this lab here. It wouldn't have to be something significantly large.
and yeah, and don't get me wrong, I like this lab. I like having a place we can come back to and, sleep and work, and this is great for a lot of things. But I wouldn't want to have to hide from the cops here.
That's fair.
And I have some experience hiding from the police.
And I appreciate that experience. So yeah, sure.
There's no way out.
Oh, he's back.
All right, let's swap to you, Matt.
Yes, I tried to talk to you earlier before I kept going to Johnny's stuff, but you were off.
Yeah, I went to go take care of the doggo. He's
It's cool.
If it means
Yeah.
anything, Liam, I'm probably going to be heading out in the next 15 minutes. So if you want to have me do some set rolls for our new plan.
All right.
Yeah, go for it.
On that note, let me get him settled before I swap to you then, Matt.
Sure, go for it, man.
Yeah, so Siri's suggesting the spaceship. Upgrading the lab will be cheaper. I'm going to tell you now.
100%.
If you do the lab upgrade, it's a lot cheaper to do. Your current loan will be fine with it. Like, before you finalize terms on the loan, it'll be fine for it. You'll be able to get something perfectly acceptable. If you go with her suggestion of getting a ship, that is not enough money.
Right.
But it's mobile, and you can get it to be as large or as small as you like. So that if you want to get more space to work on certain things, you can get it. Whereas the lab here, basically, if you remember the lab, I can move you to lab space real quick if you want. But
I
the
remember
room,
it. The thing I'm thinking of is why don't I rope in the rest of our lads on co-signing this awesome adventure of a.
you want to co-sign the team into buying a ship with you?
Yeah, because we're going to be going to a military zone. It would be nice to have some, let's say, evac if necessary.
I will tell you now, you are going to be directed somewhere specific for ship purchases if you want
Yeah.
a custom ship, and it is Wright's Shipwrights.
Rights, the right ship for the right rights.
Like Frank was right.
They are actually on this. They have a office on the station.
Yep.
That I've had sitting in a corner and nobody has gone to yet. Not even a corner. It's like right across from Star Strider. But you guys haven't gone to it yet. But yeah, no, they're who you go to for custom ships and working on stuff like if you want to get your own ship or whatever. They're who you go to. So if you want to go talk to them and you want to bring some of your team members along, I mean, I don't know, I won't speak for Ogre, but excuse me. Lieutenant, like, who do you want to invite into this? Let's ask that. How much of the team do you want to invite? Just your private little group? Do you want to invite any members of the Merc group? Who are you inviting?
So
Siri will, of course, be in.
yes, of course, because we'll have our section. The inner workings, of course. Lieutenant. The lieutenant, I will see if she's interested in this endeavor because it's going to be a big one.
This is not a small purchase, and
No, it's not.
the more people you have in on the purchase, the easier it is going to be on everybody individually. But you also don't know who's going to approve of your activities on the ship. And that is a relevant thing to keep in mind, that you're going to be working on things that are very not legal.
I just know that this whole war is going to be not legal. So
there's going to be a lot of things that happen in this war that would normally have people pulled up for war crimes in front of the Galactic Union that are probably never going to be prosecuted because holy shit, what the fuck.
Which is why I'm thinking go big or go home. And
but you don't
I
know.
want to be the captain.
So you do want to. So to clarify, you are going to invite the lieutenant into this endeavor then?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? There's only 3 named people in the squad that matter.
Mm.
That's Javier, Corporal Rain, McClellan. Oh, I'm sorry, 4, and Sharpshooter Janice. But she's one that only Blast has really talked to, so.
I'm going to do it to the whole squad that would be going with us, because if we get a ship available for us, that would be pretty big. But it's up to them how they want to split their piece of the pie. If they want to be in it, that's perfect. If they don't want to be in it, but they also want to be with us as we do for the transport and have all these available options, that's up to them.
Okay. Well, Matt, let's start with you. Does your character want in on this?
No.
No spaceship for Matt.
No, I'm poor.
So am I.
That's why he's trying to split it up, because he doesn't want to spend all that money on a loan by himself. He's trying to get you to co-sign a loan.
Portable forge, man.
We can't space travel in your portable forge, though.
I don't need to. Besides, if I upgrade enough, maybe I do. Just as long as I've made a hammer mark or something, like I've traveled there and I slap a specific place with like a seal, and it makes a network web that I'm allowed to open the portals.
You haven't tried to do that, so you can't say whether or not you can.
Well, the first place I went to when I got my forge blew up. The second place I went to blew up. So maybe the planet we're going to this time won't be blown up.
Or maybe it'll be blown up more spectacularly, and then you find out that's really what the forges do. They just blow up planets that they were on.
Damn it. Ember, come on.
You don't know. Remember,
iron from the core. You know what I mean?
Is it a space station life for me? No planetoids, otherwise risk their health, continued existence.
hey man, you don't know. What you do know is that apparently Silco wants to have you basically co-sign on a house with him.
No,
mobile house? That's okay.
I got
mobile
good
house.
cash.
If they
It's
wish
heavily
to do that,
armed. A heavily armed mobile house.
Nope.
I-
It's a house I don't even have a fraction of the cost of. So
Well, it depends all on how you want to split things up, guys, because I mean, I have a thing set up for like if you want to build your own ship. I do. That's why I have ship rights right there. How much it ends up costing is going to largely depend on what you do, because like there are certain ships, if you just get a small vessel, that are incredibly cheap to get. Like,
how much is it?
it so much of it depends on how like what you want to get on the ship. For the laboratory that Silco wants and is going to want for his stuff, the laboratory for, let's say, a ship able to hold even just a dozen people for any length of time, plus the equipment, the loan will be at about 200,000 credits.
Including the enhanced power core that all labs need, because they are energy
Or
dumps.
this is for the most basic of so he can work on it stuff, not if he wants like super heavy bonuses.
Oh, look at him go! Sorry,
That's
Chief. I don't
and
even
that
got 1% of that.
and that's not including like if it wants to be armed, shielding, stuff like that. 100,000, and that gets paid back at a. If you go through Doomco for the loan, which you guys definitely can because you're Doomco, then the interest rate is about. Honestly, it's going to stick at about 5%.
yeah.
It's
At
not
least
going to
this
go.
time we'll have something to attach it to compared to just loose money.
I don't
Yeah.
have even 1% of that.
Well,
Again,
it's not
I'm
like
taking out a loan for half of that right now.
you were doing for 10,000.
And you want me to sign
10,000.
for
Right.
it?
So this
No.
is for a loan. I will say that this is for a loan, so it's not like you need to put it all on the table immediately. It's a monthly payment set, and you have to agree as to how many months you want it for. So you can spread it out pretty far, like you would a normal loan.
The only reason I want to do this either, Matt, is because of the payout at the end.
And I'm just giving you info. I'm not trying to push you into
I'll
anything.
steal you a fucking ship.
That would be cool.
And then you can only need to worry about pimping out the inside of it. I'll just steal you a goddamn ship. I'm not buying one. You kidding? There's a war coming up.
Where are you going to steal a ship from?
Space.
That's real informative.
Pirate's life for me.
Yo ho. So, what's your plan here, Matt? Mister, I want to steal the ship. Not saying you can't. I was trying to figure out like how you're going to go about this, my friend.
For now. I got other plans for now. Later, at war, if the opportunity were to arrive that I could steal your ship, I'll steal your ship.
Another
Until
thing
then.
I see, Matt, is this being as an escape route for us if things
I'll
get
steal a
really
shuttle.
sour. I just like having
I won't.
guarantees.
That being a guarantee is not a guarantee. You're more likely to get that thing shot to pieces trying to pick us up.
Depends on the design, really, but yeah. I mean,
And then how much more is that going to cost? You said it's 200,000 for a small ship. Not to mention no shuttle, no stealth capabilities, no actual armor, no guns, no shields. No, we're looking at probably a 500,000 credit venture here for something usable, reliable, something that'll pay off in the end. You know, something that can pick us up.
For what it is worth, payments wise, the maximum loan set as Doomco employees that you can get is a 10-year loan. For what it's worth.
No ship. Sorry, dude. Big no.
Okay.
And the word that comes, we'll find a moment. I'll steal you one. We'll start with a shuttle.
So, you did
We'll go
invite Lieutenant Zhao into this, right?
I did.
And you're still inviting her?
I'm
Zhao
still
has the
inviting you.
cash.
Okay. Zhao's got to kind of look at you, and you're like, I want to get a ship. She's like, this. What's exactly the plan for this ship? Is this? Are you doing this for the upcoming war? Is this for bigger plans than that? What are you thinking here?
This is for the upcoming war, of course. It's also going to be a mobile platform for us to, well, move around. And for me, conducting research for what we need to deal with.
If we're going to be signing in on this sort of thing, I'm going to want equal ownership.
Of course, and that's why I invited you. I was thinking you could be the captain.
No, we're gonna get a crew. I'm not running you assholes on the ground and running the ship. All right.
Of course.
All right. Next question: how are we making money off of it if we're going to do this? Because if we're going to do this, we can't just have it. Much as it's nice to have a ship, we need to be able to make some money in the process. Because if we don't, then this will only be a money sink.
I see.
Got to think in advance on these things. So, what is the plan to have some profit come off of this? Because, unfortunately, much as we are well paid by Doomco, ships are fucking expensive. And if we're going to get something actually worth our time, it's going to be expensive.
I agree.
So, what's the plan on that? How do you intend to make money off of it?
I'm thinking.
Because there's a lot of ways we could, but depending on equipment that you want to get installed on it, especially since you want research stuff on this, it's expensive equipment.
It is.
So we're going to need this to make money. Are you planning to sell some of the things that you make?
Oh,
Are the things you're making sellable?
Yes, they are. 100%.
Are they legal?
Depends. At what stage?
The answer to that would be no, then. Well, on the good news, what sort of flavor of illegal? Don't bullshit me here. I don't care if it's illegal or not. Just don't bullshit me. What flavor of illegal are we dealing in?
Not slave labor.
That's not an answer. Don't pussyfoot around. Just tell me.
So I'm just wondering how I should literally say what I'm trying to say. I
She's
can't just
basically
say
right now.
drones.
Right
I mean,
now,
I could say drones.
right now, she's looking at you and saying, "Tell me straight. No bullshit. No fucking around."
Okay. Because this is more of a personal deal than a company deal. Silco will tell her about the drones.
Are you going to tell her exactly what they are? That they're biological, all that jazz?
Yes, and that they can be grown.
She kind of listens for a bit, kind of nods. She's like, "So you plan to sell them as a labor force, an autonomous labor force, then?"
For the front line, because we're gonna need it.
Oh, so you want to put this as you want to offer this up to like the Church of the Eternal Flame, then?
Correct. Or the mother.
Okay,
But I think
either one.
yeah.
So you want to sell this to the Primordials. That's a bit different. Okay, I see where you're going with this.
If I knew that.
I know who would buy.
Oh,
On this, I am a member of the churches myself.
I didn't know.
Primordials.
I'm going to stop you for a sec, Liam. It might be my connection, but it's low for me. I'm just going to disconnect.
He went all glitchy.
All right.
Am I or
Better now. Just keep. Yeah, you start again. I think it was just a little disconnect on your.
here? I'm still gonna. My Discord can sometimes be a little weird, so I was just gonna do it anyway. She's like, "I'm a member of the primordial churches. I
Yes.
am of the first." I think we've been over that before.
Mhm.
I know people, and I know the sort of people that would be interested in this sort of thing. There's not a lot of them, but there's certain people that will buy these wholesale because they care about efficiency over anything else. I know of a fine gentleman who only cares about victory and victory alone, who has very, very deep pockets.
Does his name start with a V as well?
Yes, it does.
Nice.
The general in question that you're thinking of, General Victor, he is the
Yes.
high priest of victory. He does not care about anything else.
So,
He wins.
Lieutenant, the kicker is that we would still be in control of the drones.
We are
We
not
would-
fucking with him. I'm going to tell you now. I understand where I have an idea of where you're going with this. We do not fuck with him. Okay? If we're going to do this, that
I
is
agree.
rule number 1 here.
Okay.
He did not become the high priest of victory by accident. He earned that mantle in combat and in war.
I was thinking more of a rent instead of buyout.
Oh, that's fine. I was just saying we don't fuck with him.
No, I understand.
I want to make it clear who we're dealing with. And he is a man that I don't know anybody who's ever beaten him. And there's a very good reason for that. So, but he will buy these wholesale, no questions.
Excellent.
He is exactly the sort of man to purchase them. But you don't have any facilities to build them right now. That's what you need this for, right?
That's what I need it for, because we need to have let's call it the seed first. Once we make landfall, then we can create in mass.
And therein lies the rub is when we offer this up, we're basically selling what's referred to as blue sky at that point.
Interesting.
We have something that people want, but we don't have any proof that it works. We don't have any proof that we can produce it in the numbers necessary. We don't have anything to go, this is what we have, this is how many we have, this is how many you can have. Like, and that's what they refer to as selling blue sky. You can do it, but it's hard as hell.
I see.
A big part of that is vouching at that rate. If you're going to sell blue sky, you need somebody to vouch for you. Somebody
On
that
the
can
plus
say they
side,
can do the work.
we know the base concept works because we had firsthand experience with it.
Oh, yeah. No, that's good. That helps. We haven't proven we can do it.
It's true. I have faith in myself, but that's the whole reason I'm making this play to begin with. But at the end of the day,
There's two ways we can go about this. One, we could pitch it to the church, as we are looking for backers for doing it. That would be effectively getting investors in on the ground floor.
I have an in with Lieutenant Aries as well.
That's helpful, but so what this ends up meaning, if we were to do that, if we were to offer it that way, the church would own part of it. They would own part of the business. They would have certain stipulations, demands, but we would be able to fund this ship without putting all the risk on top of us.
Okay.
If we do this all ourselves, which we can, it's a risk and a half, but we can. We have to get something viable before we have to get this viable before everything kicks off. If we are trying to do this and fight on the front lines, it will be a nightmare.
Can you give me a month?
I don't know when they're going to deploy us. I know when they want us to be at their locale for the mustering and all that, but I don't know when they're going to actually deploy us.
We would still need time for the ship as well, wouldn't we?
Depends on who you're going to. I assume you're going to Wrights?
Correct.
After that, depends on how big of a ship we're after. What we're getting attached to it. I know them. They're good. They'll be able to get us what we want in a fairly timely fashion. It all depends on what we're after. Okay, here's the deal. If we want to fund this all independently, I'm going to want a majority stake in the ship.
Of course. I would have asked you otherwise,
And in the
like I said.
business.
Oh,
I-
you wanted the business as well?
Yes, I want a voting share, as they call it. I don't need to be in charge. I want a say.
Very well. He'll put his hand out to that, actually.
And she's like, before we shake on this,
Yes.
let's finalize some details. If we're doing this independently, I want a controlling share. I want a voting share. I mean, I want to have my word, and I want it to be regarded. I assume you're pulling in that Siri woman as well for this?
Yes, she is my partner in this endeavor.
I presume you're giving her a voting share as well.
Of course.
So that's 3 of us. Who else is getting pulled in? I'm not recommending pulling in most of the squad. I'm not going to lie. Much as the boys will love that type of thing, we'll charge them fucking rent on the ship.
I've asked Siva, and Siva did not like the idea of a ship. I did not tell her about the money-making scheme, though.
All right. And Siva, you're going to get a message from Zhao, from the lieutenant.
Yes, Lieutenant. What can I do for you?
She's like, I assume Silco talked to you about the ship.
Oh god. I don't even have
Hold
less
on.
than
Before you
1%.
before you go off, here's the deal. He's planning to get a business running on it.
I
He's
never said
planning.
anything about a business.
Shut up and let me finish. He's planning to start a business on it. He's going to be selling bio drones, like the ones that we dealt with on that space station. He's cracking their stuff to get them working. So the risk part of this is him fucking up and not being able to get it done. Let's be honest. I've negotiated with him for a bit. I'm getting a voting share. If you want in, voting share is what's on offer for the business. What that means is, as it stands, there's going to be 4 of us onto it. Profits get split between us, is what that ends up being, if he gets it off the ground. It also means risk is split between us. So if he fucks up, we're going to have to figure out how to make more money off of the business one way or the other. We can have other methods of doing so. I'm positive we can probably run other bio-tweaking shit off of here, illegal as that is, that plenty of people will want to make themselves into, I don't know, super soldiers or change their whatevers. I don't care. We could definitely make money off this even if he fucks up.
Okay.
The big money maker is if we can get his drones working.
He's gonna need a big ship. Those things aren't small.
No, we're going to need a big ship. That said, as I recall from those units, really, we're going to need a big enough ship to get a few of them made. And if he makes them right, they can make more. So we'd mostly need raw materials.
Oh, that's right. They do self-repopulate.
They self-repopulate, and if you remember what little Miss Siri there said, she didn't build the facilities that kept making combat drones. They made that themselves. So it depends on how much we are able to get him working with.
We could actually have it so that if it is the ship, it can be a starter station, and then we can drop the starter units off on a celestial object like an asteroid, and have them use the material there to reproduce the more drones, and we just fly by and pick them up whenever there's an order.
Exactly what I was thinking. This is a very good way for us to get a business rolling.
Okay, I didn't know there was a business. So I'll sign on if there is a business to be made. I'll also throw in my Smith authority behind it because I can mitigate the risk by selling stuff. By the way, I'm about to unveil my first journeyman attempt. If you want to be around for the revealing.
Good. So are you in?
Yes, but if there's a business,
we're going to write ship rights to get things designed. I'm going to have design specifications. I know he has design set specifications. If you want to get your say in, you're going to move your ass down there. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And she's going to get off. She's like, looks at Silco. Siva's in.
Excellent. I was hoping.
Even share as well. For those of us on the ground floor, it's all going to be even shares.
No, that's how startups should work.
Yes. Anybody we decide we want to sell interest into the business with, they can come and negotiate. There's one other threat we need to think of, though. We know who made these things to begin with.
Yes.
They might not like that you've stolen their designs.
Which is what I'm working on. It's fine. Continue.
The way I'm going to look at it, it doesn't really matter if they get upset. We can make a shit ton of money. But when they show up looking to get their cut, we might want to keep that in mind because we don't know what they are going to want.
The one thing I'm working on is them not being able to take control of them.
Oh, please. Those things could probably take control of us.
I'm working on that for myself, but I understand your limitations.
I'm a goddamn priest of the Father. It's very hard to take control of my mind.
I figured
that's why and that is why I'm concerned that I think they could. Regardless, we'll cross that bridge when it's on fire. For now, we go down to shipwrights. We get ourselves something ordered that will be viable. The facility you want, probably going to want it to be able to handle maybe a dozen. That sounds like a good starter force for their workforce.
Of course.
That way, we get a dozen produced. We drop them off somewhere that we can get them working. Move on to the next. Right. We're also going to want other equipment. We're going to want weapons, shielding. We're going to need to hire some crew. It's going to be able to house crew, us, the team. If we use this for official business, we can get compensation from Doomco for it as well.
Of course, it's like
Subcontracting.
I was thinking not
Getting
renting
paid
a car.
mileage.
Yeah, exactly.
Also a shuttle.
Of course, we're going to need to get shuttles. We're going to want to get... We're not only going to want to get shuttles, we're probably going to want to get at least one armed shuttle as well. I'm going to shipwrights, come on.
I'm already there smelling of just fire, brimstone, covered in sweat, just like...
As I drop people at shipwrights outside of it.
I think it's a
Yo.
good time to swap over to Matt for his stuff now anyway, since I am heading to bed. And then this should be a
That's
good
right,
point.
you're going to bed.
Yeah, otherwise I'd stay up. This is a good point, too, for...
Hauling.
Yep.
Yeah, hauling blast in when we get to the start of the next session.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give him a good idea.
John, you should have told me about your cloning idea. I was like, I ain't footing the
Matt,
bill for just
That
a
was
shit.
made up on the spot. I had no idea I was going to go and do that.
Yeah, okay, he didn't come up with that until Zhao went, what are we making money off of with this? And he went, oh, right, I can make money off of this.
Because I was sitting there going,
Zhao is a woman that has been doing work with Doomco for quite a long time. And thus is a woman that goes, okay, how do we make money?
and we all go, oh, we can do that. That's right.
Yeah, that's
Shit.
that was basically Silco's reaction is, all right, money.
That's my reaction too. I was like,
As
okay.
Zhao will make one suggestion for the crew. We have two people we can hire immediately for crew as engineers. Nix and Bix.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and they would love that. Oh, they also have a shuttle. They have a nasty shuttle.
They have a military combat drop shuttle. It is not just a military shuttle. You will find out later that is a personnel shuttle for going into hot drops to drop off not only personnel, but munitions.
And those things are designed to take hits going in, knowing that, yeah, there's big munitions on board, but it's okay. Dude.
It's not horribly heavily armed, but it is well armored.
All right,
oh
boys.
my gosh. And that would be our armored shuttle.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, Johnny, that's where we're going to leave you so you can go to bed.
Perfect. Do you guys, I can just end the session here. How long you guys plan to go for?
No more than an hour.
Okay.
I'm gonna unveil my my weapon to the person.
And then I'll probably drag him into talking Enigma stuff afterwards because that's inevitable, isn't it, Matt?
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Output timer and...
So, if you want to be going to bed at a more reasonable time than you have the last couple nights, I don't mind.
All right, boys. Take care.
Later, Johnny.
Bye, John.
When I do my drive to work tonight, I'm also not going to be talking on Discord. I won't pick up until I get to work because Tim's having to give me a ride because I couldn't get my rental because, life can't be easy.
Yeah.
They told me I could use a debit card online for their official site, and then when I got there, they were like, "Oh, we need a credit card." I'm like, "Well, fuck you." Apparently, Yeah, no. If I get it in my hometown where I live on my ID, then I can use a debit card. But not if it's even in a town 10 minutes away. For some reason. I don't know. Enterprises, whatever. Anyway, enough of that. You were working at a journeyman blade.
I went for a total. You said 60. I went 106.
So you went above and beyond.
Yes.
That's cool. Hey man, it was up to you exactly. Like it was 2 days per, so it was however many you wanted to slap into it for it.
I spent 3 weeks. Actually minus 2 days of 3 weeks, so.
I'm looking at your rolls. Let's see.
No
8,
ones,
10.
but a lot of single digits, a lot of really low
We
rolls
got
too.
1 single digit. We got a 10. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at is like your lower rolls, because anything that's like 20 or above, it's good and it's good for you. But I'm looking for like single digits because that's where you get into like, you've gotten something interesting. It looks like you only got the 1 single in there though, the 5.
I got a 10 as well,
Yeah, you got the 10 as well, which is good.
which actually would be a number of order.
Oh yes, but you're not really a being of order.
No. Yeah, but
So that be how it be.
I, for all intents and purposes,
You made a very good weapon. With the 5, roll me a luck test.
luck test. Okay.
Yeah, a luck test, because it's not quite low enough for a guaranteed mutation, but there is a chance, 50-50 odds. Yeah, not here. Call it high or low.
Nope. I'm just gonna. That was what we were going with. Yeah.
All right. There will be a minor mutation into the blade. When you get to the end of it, as you are, kind of wiping the sweat off of your brow, you've been putting some work into this. It is the finest thing that you've ever made. It's psionically resonant. It touches into the emotions deeply, more deeply than you've ever had a weapon touch into emotions. It resonates with you. And as you kind of finish working on it, you can feel a low level intelligence in there. It's not sentient or anything, but there's
It'll
that.
grow though.
It's an animalistic intelligence of something that you definitely didn't put it there on purpose. And you can only assume it's because the connection to the mother that the metal has, that it's been granted a very non-sentient life. This will be a blade that can be bound to people, and once it's bound, that person is the only one that's probably going to be able to use it.
All right. I'll wrap it, and so I don't imprint on it by accident.
There will be no accidental imprintings on this thing. Like this.
Okay.
This will be a, because it's not horribly intelligent. If it was actually intelligent, then you might have some differences, but no, this thing is just as it is. And it is an impressive piece of work. For you to have this qualify as journeyman, you will need to present it to your master first.
I'll give him the old hey.
And he's like, as you kind of come in, you watch as he immediately reaches over, picks up an old stopwatch, hits stop, and kind of looks at it for a second. 3 weeks, not bad.
I could have had it done a lot earlier. I decided to go a little bit extra.
Yeah, that's good. The 3 weeks wasn't because I thought you would get it done sooner. It's because I was hoping you would take longer and make it done right.
Well, here.
And he'll take it, kind of look it over, flip it over, smell it, lick it.
If you would, you go The blade
Kind
goes.
of flicks it a
kinda
couple
hisses at him.
times. Flicks it a couple times. Actually smacks it on his anvil. Good. This is good work. This is the level of work you should always strive for.
Just did feel right, you know. At first, I had something, it worked, but it didn't feel right.
Hmm.
The passion wasn't. It was still building. I wanted to keep the momentum going. Ember was flowing through me, and it wasn't good enough.
You have to be careful with that, just so you know.
Yeah.
There is a point of working on a weapon where you are wasting your time.
That
The
maybe.
material you were working with, you had good instincts for. It was something you could continuously work and reforge and change and refine. But if you were working with a normal metal, even, you would have wasted weeks. As he kind of hands it back to you.
I actually felt that. I actually talked to the metal. I talked to it, and it was. I had a plan with it. It had a plan. We were in sync, and it was not happy that it didn't get to marinate, to heat slowly in the fire like we had both planned. But I told it about it, the upcoming war. I told it the truth,
Good.
and we came to an understanding. We worked together, the metal and I, to have it become this shape.
Exactly. If you were working with just tungsten or any metal that doesn't have magic bound into it, in essence, or not magic, the primordial energies, if it doesn't have magic or primordial energy or something like that bound into it, there is an upper limit. There is a point of working on it where you are just wasting your time. It will never become more of a masterpiece than it currently is. Learning where that sits is important, but the instinct to know that this one was one you could keep working, good. So, I would consider this you being qualified. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I will remain your master and mentor, but you will be open more to taking on contracts, not just in the mortal realm, but from the smiths themselves.
Well, this is a heck of a day then.
Yes, we will give you access to the journeyman requests, as they were. This does not mean that um, this doesn't mean that you're free to work on anything yet. There's still going to be things that you're just, frankly, not going to be allowed to work on. There's going to be requests and projects that are just outside of what you're capable of, and you're just not going to be offered. I'm sorry to say, but it's the truth.
I got a long way to go. Just because I became a journeyman doesn't mean
Most
it's.
apprentices don't become journeymen.
That's a high bar that is set.
We don't accept mediocre work,
I don't want mediocre work.
and you shouldn't.
I want something that ignites that passion, you know?
Yes, I do. So, as it stands, yes, welcome to the Journeyman. Come with me. And he's actually going to walk towards the edge of the Soul Forge.
Mhm.
And he's actually going to lead you out of his Soul Forge into yours, and then keep walking.
Oh.
And he's going to hit what is the outer bounds of your Soul Forge. And he's going to lift up a hand and push through the side of it. And you're going to find a very odd shiver through you
Ugh.
as you find it shift move, and then sorry, words in English. You find it shift move, and then as it does, a door forms. Much similar to the one that he has. And he's like, this establishes your initial connection to the rest of the realms of the Father. This is where people can put requests of us smith. This is where we can communicate with one another if we really want to push into there. You will not find any low-level priests here. You won't find apprentices. You won't find fresh priests. You will only find those who have earned the right to be.
Like a journeyman.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, then. So it's kind of a big deal. More than I thought.
Yeah. This is where you will meet a great many priests of some power. When it comes right down to it, one of the big things you will find here is that the individuals here are going to have particular demands. They know what they want. And they are not people you handle lightly. Treat them with respect. They've earned it, just as you've earned the respect of being here. You are unlikely to see the high priests here, or any of the leaders of particular sects. Sometimes one will come down from the upper echelons to test some of the journeymen that they believe have greater potential. If you find yourself on the right end of one of those tests, good for you. And it's never easy to handle their requests, though.
It'll be a learning process then.
As a journeyman, a lot of the teachings from here on can basically be summarized as let me learn things by doing. The practical part. Hello, Char.
We're about to actually migrate towards Enigma in a little bit. I'm just finishing a character upgrade that I just got.
Yes.
Take your time.
It's just, alright. The only other thing you need to be warned about is something very, very simple. This is not a safe space. These people, they are the priests. They aren't likely to just kill you. However, if you insult one and they challenge you to a duel, you don't get to decline. So don't insult anybody.
What if I'm minding my own business and somebody tells me I'm going to make something for them? And I go, that's not how that works, and I have no chance of beating them, and they take insult to me refusing them.
Then they're being an asshole, and that's different.
Is there any force I can call upon to protect myself?
Hold on. Let me explain properly, since apparently it's not clear. It's not a free-for-all. It's not like anybody can walk up and demand things of you and then go, he didn't accept, so it's not like that.
Okay.
What I mean is, if you're sitting there and you're going through your day, doing your shit, and you just get the whim to look at some guy and go, hey, your hat's fucking ugly, you stupid shit, then when he goes, then fight me over it, you don't get to tell him no.
Oh, okay. So if
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like somebody can just go, we're fighting. And you can go, why? And if they don't have a good fucking reason, then they can go shove it. And if somebody tries to push it, and if somebody tries to play stupid fucking games and go, well, you're going to do this because of this made up bullshit here, talk to the bartender.
Oh, great.
Yeah, there's somebody in charge here, because there's a bartender. He runs the place. His word is final. Nobody fucks with him.
Of course. Um,
And anybody who
Do I-
has fucked with him is dead.
yeah, I had the feeling that would be the case. If you
Yeah.
tell me not to mess with somebody, that's you just don't, because
Nobody
you mean
fucks
it.
with him. Yeah, no, I always mean it. I don't say those things for no fucking reason. I don't talk to hear myself say words. Not like some people.
Is there a badge, or is there like a next step I
No.
need to take with my forge?
Connections. At this point, you're making connections. You're making good things. The only way that you get approved to be a full smith is if one of the big boys up top acknowledges you.
Okay.
If they go, "Hey, this person's work is fucking good. Everybody go get shit from them." Then yeah, you're in. You have your shit now.
Okay.
Like,
So the next step is so fucking harder.
yeah. Now you're in the worst part of this. The absolute worst part of getting anywhere is leaving the journeyman status. I mean, most apprentices don't make it to journeyman. Yeah, because they don't ever figure out how to make something fucking worth anybody's time. You made something worth somebody's fucking time on a contract because they asked you to. That makes you a journeyman. Becoming a full smith, earning the actual mantle of a smith, that's hard. Because now you got to go to somebody who's been working with smiths for centuries or longer and have them go, your shit's good.
Okay. So I need to have work that is worthy of a smith for me to be called a smith.
And even then, that doesn't mark you as a high smith. That only the father himself can grant.
If he goes, damn, son.
I don't know. I've never seen one lifted. In my entire life, I've never seen one lifted. I've never seen one lose his mantle. There's a limited number of mantles handed out for it, and there aren't new ones made. So they're all taken.
One step at a time. We can look to the horizon, but one step at a time.
Once you hit Smith, honestly, don't worry about the high Smith position. Like, the high Smith position, if one becomes available, if one of them dies, or one of them does something that the father decides to strip them of their mantle, then you swing for it. Go for it. Like, no hesitation, no doubt. There is no such thing as seniority goes first on that. If you are in a position to take it, you fucking take it.
Yeah, it's all about talent, ability.
Exactly. But if it doesn't happen, don't worry about it. Like, genuinely. Like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. He kind of shrugs. It's not that important, honestly. Yeah, it's got some benefits. If you become a high smith, then you stand among the high priests themselves. You don't get ordered around about fucking nobody but the father himself. And hey ho, what do you know? The father gives you work orders.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So, that's sort of worth it in its own ways. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It's kind of shrugs. It's one of those things you just gotta accept. You gotta accept that there's some things in life that will be outside your hands, and that's honestly not really a bad thing. Like, genuinely, like, I know it kind of sucks to hear that, but something being outside of your hands is just a part of life.
Mm-hmm.
And the high priest positions, only two ways that they get taken. Either they do something to piss off the father, which honestly, they're not going to. They've been alive for a very long time, and they've all held their position for a very long time. If he was going to remove them, he would have removed them. You know what I mean?
Can one of his sibling or one of his children uprace
No.
a smith?
No. They could put in a recommendation. Yeah. They actually have a high priest of their own that's, part of them. But it's with the father's approval. He still has to give the final say on it. Not that I've ever seen him tell one of his children no for their choice. Well, of course, then again, I've never actually seen them have to replace one. I've never heard of him saying no to their choice. So when they make a choice, it is, it's still going to be theirs,
What if? Never mind. That'll be a question for another time. I'll hold on to it.
What if what? Ask a question.
They haven't produced something in a long time. Would that be something that?
No, that's not on the list of things that would get them kicked for. I don't know what gets them kicked, honestly. I mean, I know one of them built a star splitter. It is genuinely a sword designed to split open stars. And that didn't get him kicked, even though the father hates it when you blow up stars.
Those are his. Those are his babies.
Yeah, exactly. But, he just went, yeah, all right, you made it. And just accepted it because it was one of his high smiths.
Now put that away.
Yeah. Don't know what happened to it. Like, genuinely, I know it got made. I haven't heard what happened to it since.
Probably put it on told him to put it away or took it away and put it in his little trophy rack.
Genuinely no idea. I'd love to find out, but no idea.
Right.
But yeah, no, so I don't know what it takes to get one of them kicked. I know they can, and that's it.
As you said, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't,
and just remember, if anybody that's been around longer tries to tell you that the high priest positions, if one comes up, it goes to the seniors first, blah, blah, blah,
fuck those
they're
guys.
fucking full of shit. Yeah, they're fucking lying to you.
Yeah, so they have less competition and they're trying to prey on my naivete, but fuck them. I'm a priestess of Ember. Fuck that in the first place.
Yeah, fuck them. They're full of shit. No one cares what they say. Just do it.
Yes.
Swing for the goddamn fences.
Well, so I have your approval to present this blade to the client?
Oh yeah, no, go present it to your client. It's good. You've officially qualified for journeyman. Congratulations.
I will
let it go to your head. Definitely let it go to your head.
I am gonna let it go to my head. I'm a fucking journeyman.
Fucking revel in this.
Yeah.
And he will push open the door. It's on the other side, and you'll find yourself looking at a bar. It is just, you don't know how big the place is because it seems like there's so many people moving through it.
Yeah, I'll strap the sword to my back as it's covered and whatnot. I'll go take a look in there, and then we'll go present it to Noemi.
He's like, this is we're gonna do one other thing now, though. As he's kind of leading you in, and he's actually gonna grab you and haul you to the main stage area because there's what looks like a cross between a stage and a boxing ring in the dead center of the place.
You can go karaoke, do some stand up, and get the shit beaten out of you.
Actually, yes, in that order sometimes. You get hauled up on top of the stage, and he puts two fingers in his mouth, and he does that whistle that you can hear for fucking miles. And just all eyes turn your way. And it's just, all right, you dumb fucks. This is the latest journeyman smith. Her name's Siva. She's opened her fucking business. And you immediately get cheers. Glasses raised, cheers. Just a roar of applause. And he's like, welcome to the group. Have fun. Slaps you on the back.
Because he doesn't
No,
slap
he
quickly.
doesn't. No. And he's just, one other thing. Anybody that tells you that the whole Smith thing means you gotta be strong as hell, also full of shit.
It's a different path.
Yep. Being good does not always mean being strong.
I also don't like being a punching bag.
It's up to you. Some people like that.
Nah.
And it's like, I'm gonna go get myself a drink. Oh, buying drinks here is weird. They don't just slap money on the counter. It doesn't matter what the money is. Just slap money on the counter.
Could I afford to buy everyone a round for?
Slap a lot of money on the counter.
Oh,
That's why I said it's weird. Because you gotta pay, right?
right.
But the bartender never tells us prices.
All right. Well, then I'll just say, first round's on me.
No, let them buy you drinks if you're gonna get drinks here.
I'll let them buy me drinks. Okay.
Yeah, you earned it. Don't fucking buy everybody a goddamn round unless you're doing something else.
All right.
Yeah, no. Besides that, all the people around here have more money than you. Let them spend it.
Okay.
But like, seriously, at the bartender, you slap money in front on the counter, right?
Mhm.
They'll give you a look. And if they give you a look that tells you more, you put more on. And if they don't, and they just give you a drink, then you gave them enough. And that's the only way to figure it out. And
Okay.
I swear to fuck, I buy the same drink every time I'm here. And every time I order it, even if I'm on the same trip, I always get charged something different. So don't worry about that.
Okay then.
Yeah, no, you'll learn to stop asking questions about things like that.
Why have it be normal when you can have it be your way?
Yeah, and I mean, nobody can tell the bartender what to charge. Good news, you can order anything.
Oh yeah.
Like literally anything. I've yet to find somebody come in here, put an order down, and not get delivered. Even shit that doesn't exist anymore.
Good on the bartender. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't. They're not a priest.
Hmm?
I think they might be a construct of the father.
Probably the father and the mother.
No idea. Doubt it, because this is the father's bar.
I wouldn't see. I could totally see the mother's
Could
hand in it.
be. Actually, come to think of it, could be a mother's creation. Just
Yeah.
straight.
It would be. I mean, it'd be poetic, and also that would be kind of a. That'd make a lot of sense. But
Once again, I don't question shit. Like, there's a point of things where asking stupid fucking questions is not worth your time. Bartender doesn't talk. Unless, of course, somebody does something. If the bartender talks, somebody's in trouble. Capiche?
capiche.
All right, enjoy. And, get your thing to your client whenever you're, whenever. And, Matt, you're left in a bar. A very busy bar with a lot of priests walking around. These are, in essence, soul projections. They're not actually people. I heard a ding of somebody joining. Oh, hello, Ogre. Yeah, sorry. You're good? What happened? I know a tree fell on part of your house. That's all I got.
Well, it wasn't our house. That was the problem. We had a big ass pine tree, and the topmost part of it
Uh-huh.
smacked in and went through our back porch door. So, bunch of glass and shit.
Ah. Well, that's fun.
Right? We went out. Yeah, we went out to Home Depot, grabbed a bunch of tarps and shit because one sec. We went out, grabbed a bunch of tarps and shit, spent a bit of time cleaning up our back door, and then my roommate went to work, and I went over to the neighbor's house and spent time helping them tarp up the house and shit like that because the tree smacked into a corner of the house and basically collapsed a wall for 2 rooms.
Jesus fuck.
That
All right,
tree,
that sucks.
that tree falcon kicked that house, bro.
Oh, it really did. But because it was a corner of the house, we went through and were looking, and we didn't see any exposed wires or anything.
That's good.
So we basically went through and just spent the last couple of hours climbing over, stapling and tarping down a corner of my neighbor's house after using some tow straps to haul the tree away from the house.
Yeah.
Because, yes, Blatt, I agree. Don't fucking chainsaw a tree in the rain.
Yeah.
No. Never chainsaw a tree in the rain. It's a terrible idea.
Yeah. But, sorry, that's what I spent the last few hours doing, guys.
Dude, that's cool. That's fucking... You can't do anything about that.
So we're
Like,
going to
that's just-
war.
Yeah, the vote has been completed as for the next job, and they've chosen Frontline.
Even though the primary last time was for death.
I will let Matt explain that for a second while I swap onto my mobile Discord real quick while I get dressed for work.
Okay.
So a little bit of catch up. That frontline combat's a little bit more important. There's more forces involved. It is from the Church of the Father, but also for the first time in several centuries since the extermination of magic, the Church of the Mother is getting involved too militarily, and they are both collectively marching on the Federation. And we're gonna go kick them off some planets and take them. So
Nice. Okay.
this is a fight that you don't want to not be a part of. Like this is the fight.
Oh, this is particularly big for me as well because my character would have been all for diving in on it the minute we found out the mother was involved because I need some brownie points with the mother.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. So we got the mother's involved, and we're like, hey, we're going to war, and Silco's like, we're going to war, but also we're going to make some fucking money. So I'll have Silco explain to you about getting in on the business joint opportunity.
Well, Johnny's not here. He went to bed. So
We're buying a ship.
well, I was gonna have Lieutenant Zhao do the pitch on this. Because she's okay. So he invited Lieutenant Zhao into this after trying to get Matt to buy in on the ship, and Zhao looked at him and went, "How are we making money off of it?" And he went, "All right, we can do that." So, admittedly, this is more Zhao having pushed him into finding a way to make money, and now she's basically taken over the okay, I'm getting people together for the business side of things on him, and he just kind of let her, and it's like, okay, cool.
The Johnny originally asked me to join in, and he was pitching numbers, and I'm like, the amount of no, I don't want a part of this is very high, because you're having me co-sign on a loan for a ship
200,000 credits is the cheapest for the ship that he wanted. And that was
we're
without
not-
any extra stuff for like weapons, armor, shielding, stuff like that.
And that's for a small ship, and that's not what he's going to want. So he's probably going to want an extremely customized small ship or something larger. And I'm like,
Also doesn't include crew and having to pay them.
Right. So no, the answer is no. And then he got talking to Lieutenant Zhao, and Zhao was like, okay, I'm listening. How are we making money? And then impressed Zhao with the pitch. And then Zhao reached out back to me and was like, hey, we found a way to make money off of it. And I'm like, all right, I'm in.
So Zhao's going to offer you roughly the same pitch as it's basically for getting in the ground floor of this. First of all, it's going to be even voting ownership because she's treating this as a business. You own a stake in the business, you get a part of the profits, and you get a voting share, effectively. Right?
Mm-hmm.
His plan is to make money selling those drones from the space station. He's going to make a modified version of it where you guys can control them and then have those be sold to like the Church of the Eternal Flame, who you're about to work for, as additional troops for the war they're about to fight.
Huge war profiteering. Like, huge war profiteering.
Yeah.
And Zhao pointed out that even if that fucks up and they can't actually pull it off because he can't figure out how to make it work, you guys can still make immense amounts of money off of gene altering people at their request. Designed for gene altering.
Yeah, super soldier syndromes or serums.
Not even necessarily that, just general whoever wants to be gene altered. Like, it's illegal across most of the galaxy, so there's a lot of money to be made there.
And you can charge an ass ton of money.
You basically can write your own checks for gene alterations because nobody's really allowed to do it.
Yeah, and also you could write a huge check. Say somebody wants to make designer people, and they're like, I don't have the ability to get the formula, but I do have the VATs and all of the cloning stuff. But you write the formula, you can get a big chunk of money. Like, either which way, I'm in now that there's a money scheme involved because I'm not floating a ship. I could float the ship. I just became a journeyman smith. If I were to take on contracts or build something and then sell them, I could buy the ship. Hell yeah, I could. I'm not going to. Are you kidding? It'd be my ship at that point. Ugh. But I ain't doing that. Speaking of which, I'll sit at the bar and let a couple people approach, if anything. But otherwise, I'm gonna go present my weapon to Naomi. Hell, maybe she's even here.
And once you're done with that, I assume me and the GM can go over a quick spat of what Blast has done during this period.
Who knows?
hoping.
Liam may be dead.
Sounds like Liam may have died.
Yeah, he's on his phone, probably trying to get dressed, because he's a schmuck, a schmuck lord, Miss McSchmuckington. That's right, Liam. I'm giving you the BM from a distance.
Sorry, I was talking to people.
Yep.
But yeah, no, so I'm about to have to get a ride from my roommate to work. I will be back on Discord once I get to work.
Alright.
And we can continue. I can catch Ogre up to shit.
Well, I was
That is
Yeah.
Rissa saying fart noises at you, Matt.
Thanks. Love you, Rissa.
He says, "Thanks, I love you." Yes, she's giving you the most mature response. Oh, now she's put a heart around the fart. It's good.
Fartsy fartsy, huh?
Yes. So, to give you the baseline pitch that Zhao was going to give you, though, Ogre, it's going to run down to even share. Like, all of this is for even share. Like, you're going to have a voting share, you get an even cut of the profits, but it also means you have an even cut of the risk involved.
Not too hard if you get this point.
So, you know, if this goes under and everything gets fucked, everybody's losing their money on it. Nobody's getting a safety net.
Have a safety net. I could also help float the business in case we
Yeah,
have a rough patch.
Zhao has officers' pay. She gets paid a lot more than you guys.
I'm also a
Um,
journeyman.
Even though I became an officer.
You are a corporal. You're an NCO, my dude. A lesser
True.
NCO.
True.
She is an actual enlisted officer.
Yeah, fair enough.
Basically, so you went up by 500 for yours for becoming a corporal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Becoming a sergeant,
No,
you
I
get.
went up by 100.
I
I went from $1,000 to 1,100. That's what you gave me.
12. It should be 12. It should have been 200.
Okay.
That's right. Well, the next one, yeah, no, I'm thinking the sergeant. That goes up by 500 because it's basically goes up by 200, then it goes up by 500, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you actually enlist, it goes up by 1,000. That's when you're an actual you are a officer. Like you have gotten you went through their training school, you got yourself marked as an officer, you got trained, all that. That is what that is.
Gotcha.
So, and she is a senior lieutenant. She's been doing this for a while, so she's gotten bonuses for seniority because you do get yearly bonuses as well.
Huzzah.
Yes, they like to make sure people get rewarded for staying long term.
Mm-hmm.
It might only be like 100 credits on your paycheck monthly, but you know, when 100 credits is basically 1,000 Alliance dollars, that's pretty damn good.
Yep.
But Zhao, like when she's going to be doing this, she's going to end up paying like the down payment on the loan and everything. So she's taking a financial risk because she knows she can afford it better than the rest of you, and all she's asking for is an even voting share. Because she also knows that this shit's about to be fucking a nightmare financially for what, you know, for what Silco wants. But I have to go. Me and Memory are about to leave so I can get to work because I don't know if actually I just realized I don't think I told you, Ogre. I got in a car accident on Sunday. Some dude fucking
Blatt informed me, yes.
Yeah, I went to get the rental on Wednesday, and when I had like done the reservation for it and all that, they told me I could use my debit card because I don't have a credit card right now. And then when I got there, I was told, "Oh no, you can't because you're not in this town. You're only one town over. But you know, we can't. We have to get a credit card." And I'm like, "Well, fuck you." So I don't have my rental like I needed to. And Monday's probably the earliest I'm going to get a rental because fuck me.
Ouchies.
Yeah, so I'm having a bummer ride. It sucks because I didn't really want to have to ask my roommate for that because it's very outside of his way for it, you know?
Yeah, no, trust me, I know the feeling. I that's why I was fighting to get my license for so long, because my roommate, he works, comes home, sits at home for about 3 hours, and then has to get up to drive me into work.
Yeah, it sucks having to ask people to do that.
Yeah. and then making him get up extra early to come home to pick me up from work. It was. I felt
Well,
so bad.
I have to ask him to get me to work by midnight tonight, and then I need him to pick me up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So yeah, no, it's not. I don't like that. He's willing to do that, and I appreciate it immensely, but I don't like having to even ask him in the first place because it's just, it sucks.
Yep.
But I'm gonna hop off. I'll be back on Discord when I get to work, and I'm a bit more, I'm free then. I have a laptop now, so I can do more shit on like Roll20 and stuff.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! But I will talk to you guys when I get there, and you can mull over. Like I'm presuming you're probably gonna want in on the thing for the ship, but at that point it'll be a discussion as to what you want added onto the ship because that changes prices a lot for how much they're worth.
Well, there was a plan that I had for this
Well,
downtime that I was going to talk to you about. You go to work.
Yeah,
We'll talk about that
we'll
later.
talk. Like I'll be on in like 40 minutes or so we'll be able to talk to it a bit.
Yep.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yep. Because I had a plan. I had a big old plan. Hmm.
Don't worry, we'll get to you, but
Yep.
it's kind of you to go help your neighbor.
I've helped them out in the past. But it's one of those things I couldn't just let them have to sit there and fight with this on their own, you know?
That's okay. Which kind? Still. Sword, you're bad. My sword.
Is it a diamond sword?
No, it's a BF sword.
Hmm.
So I don't know what's better.
What are you doing?
Affinity
Playing
Edge?
Tift?
I'm thinking about playing a single game and playing some DBD killer shit. Because I'm lame like that. Oh my gosh, what? Oh, Voidborn mutants. Alright. We got some stabby bits. All right. Hell yeah. This guy, FYI, he's on a short fuse. Just to let you know, in case you didn't actually, know. Oh my god, who's messaging? Emotional damage. The hell? I need another dude. Oh baby. They're beating up my dudes. No. Beat him up, Leona. Beat him up. Do it. Come on. Ha ha. He bad. My gosh. What the hell? They gave me the best Talon. Oh, baby. Give them the stabbings, my people. The stabs. Good. 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 Bum 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 bam 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 Oh, I got it. Oh, it's spinning your face. Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it. You too slow. Sorry. I needed to assert authority on that man. You don't even know who he dealing with. Mm-mm. Nope. We'll do that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh gosh, I'm losing this fight. These guys are 2 LP.
How you that about, being amazing?
I'm amazing. I'm just not first place. I'm third place. You not be.
Yeah.
Oh baby, we got some Twitch in this biznatch. Oh, all right. Game fucking on. Starting to put together our team, the dream team. Ooh, I'm against first place. I'm gonna stab your backline, boy. Stab. 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 Oh, you dead. More stab. Oh shit. No, he stabbed my dude. Ugh. My carry repositions himself right in front of an ability. Like an idiot. I don't know why he repositioned himself like that. It thoroughly bothers me, but you know what? Whatever. Only one item. Back. This motherfucker is going assassins. What about this? Stab your bitch ass. He's already got 5 innovator. Holy fuck. Oh, that guy can go freaking 7 innovator. Oh shit. Those aren't bad, but they're not good. What is that? Prepare to get your shit stabbed, bro. That's right. Aren't you last place? Not exactly. Delicious. That's real fucking damage right there, boys. Give him the stabs. Yeah, give him the stabs. Oh, baby. We got a sword, we got that, we got Reforger. Interesting. He's picking up all my assassin dudes. Stop doing my build, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Guys, Sejuani's too strong.
Sejuani is OP right now, though.
Too strong. I got slapped. He gave me a slip of slap. Oh, I got a T3 talent already? My goodness.
Juicy.
He's my carry. I have a Debonair VIP Talon.
Ooh,
Now he's T3, and I got 2 perfect items on him, waiting for the next one.
nice.
Oh, it's already fucking spicy, bro. I'm killing his backline. Oh god, this is the first place, dude. Oh, his innovators are so fucking strong, but I have talent. Yes. Oh, I got the featherweights 2 buff, which 1 and 2 cost champions have 35 attack speed and move speed, and I have irresistible charm. Debonair chance take 15% less damage. I'm going. Talon is OP. I almost have a T3 Syndra because no one's going Syndra. Except for, I think, that one guy. But he only has a tier 1? He's doing the same fucking build as me. Gross, but he's so behind. Alright. Yeah, this guy, his carries need to die. That fucking... that gangplank was terrifying, though. I just need to slowly and organically get to level 7, and then I'll have Assassin 4. That's a Ziri with a Craig glove. Mama wants. Gimme. Let me out. It's right there. I can't get it though. Give it to me. Nope, that didn't happen. All right. That. I'll go with the, Syrup. Why'd you have to grab that? You're gonna die anyways. Cause you a little bitch. We got the build bros.
Get your build going.
Oh, it is a spasmos ball. And we're still rocking that huge amount of gold too. Still rocking above 50. The guy I'm fighting has no fucking gold. And he's a copy of my build, and I'm just tearing it to pieces. Get your bitch ass out of here. If I get a Craig glove or gold. Very VIP? Mm. Oh, we get that tier 3 Syndra too. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, we did. Cute little pixie mander. He's so cute. Look at him. He's so cute. He's a little cutie pie. Just like Pix is in our
Oh, I love Pix.
you like that mission I gave? Save Pix!
Yep.
And you're like, I will murder all the humans to save Pix.
Because Pix is a cutie.
Pix is a cutie pie. Save the pixie.
I also like how I later went back and saved all of the rest of them.
That's what needed to happen.
Oh, right?
Oh, wow, look at all that money. Alright. Oh, baby. Alright. I'm liking it. Oh, we got the crit glove I wanted too. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, oh. Yoink! Mm. Okay, that guy's team is very tough. He's got all his dudes grouped up really good. What is
I
that?
will say, though, I will murder anyone that hurts the poor Dizzy Kitty.
Oh, you love your little Dizzy kitty?
I do.
Dizzy kitty. It's just like I want to drink alcohol all day. And then somehow the moment you bring up alcohol, he starts to twine between your legs, and you're like, "You're so cute. Stop it." I'm fighting the other assassin team. Too bad. I'm going to murder you. Stab, stab, stab. Bloop. Pa! There's only one other. I need to get Leona's. Bullshit though. Can't find another Twitch. Oh, I ate this guy's team alive. Wow, VIP talent is strong with tier 3 perfect items. Ooh, ooh. Oh, he's busted. That is nuts. On top of the heap again, boys.
All right, kill him. Cannonball.
That means I get not what I want though, because that's the suck. Ooh, I could use that. Oh yeah. This guy doesn't even care what he gets. I'm about to cut a fool. Also need one more nocturne for tier 3. They locked up my dude. Fuck. Alright. You think that's gonna help? You know I'm gonna stab the shit out of you. Ha ha. Your sniper team sucks dick. Alright, he's dead. Because he sucks dick. Yeah, I finally found the other Twitch. And one more Leona to the pile. Okay. We're doing well, boys.
How well?
Not well enough, but well enough. We're engaging the stabby bits.
Stabby bits?
I'm one other dude off of a tier 3, 2 other dudes off of another tier 3, which is essential because you gotta have it. If you only have one defender as your front line, they need to be tier 3. Oh look, I'm not even at my computer and I can hear victory at a distance. It's time to fuck up a dragon. I got a Chemtech emblem? Really? The fuck? What shitty business is this? Well, it gives me 150 health. Alright. Tier 3 Echo? Oh my. We are tearing up my team massively. If I get to level 8, I guess with the Chemtech emblem, I can have a Chemtech 3? Which is, I mean, it's something, but it ain't amazeballs, but at least it's validates having the emblem. Oh, come on. Give me the TI demand. Give me tea! Yeah, I'm on a big win streak for some reason. Because my boys are stabby with their stabby elements.
I mean, that's
Love
pretty
it.
easy.
Yep. I'm on a big ass fuck off winning streak.
Just gotta be careful.
Why am I careful? I'm just stabbing him like a mofugger. Boom! Get your bitch assness off my court. Oh, mastermind.
Cockiness leads to defeats.
Tier 3 Leona. Yeah, what we need is a one more nocturne. Oh, it's me and that other dude. Oh, he fucked. Oh, I swapped up my dudes. Oh, so funny. Stab, 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 stab. There goes your carry. There goes your second carry, your third carry. Oh, hold on. You have a Jinx. But it's a tier 1 Jinx. And I have a tier 3 Talon. So, Hakyo. Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, yeah. You thought I was going there. Lies and heresy. Come on. One more Nocturne. Ooh, the Chemtech. Like, level 8. Like, I like Silco, but he levels up the lowest level dude on my team and then blows them up, which I'm not a big fan of, you know?
Yeah.
Stop putting dudes in the way of me killing you. You know it's not gonna work. I'm just gonna keep poking your dudes because my Talon, he's a murderer, bro. He's a savage. Scoosh. Is there a better Chemtech? No. Prepare for murder. Ha ha. Stab. Stab. The bleed on Talon is nuts, dude. It's so fucking strong.
But only if it hits the right person.
Oh, I hit everybody. I hit all the right people with that Talon. Are you kidding? I had Infinity Edge, I had Rapid Fire Cannon, and a Hand of Justice. And I put my fist up his booty hole.
Up the booty hole?
Up the booty hole. It was deep. There was no safe word for that in a counter. It was bad. I feel that they will have learned that they were wrong.
So long as they learn that they're wrong.
They learned that fuck you. It's a very powerful lesson to learn. Ploosh! Hey, Cha-Cha.
Yeah?
How'd your game go?
What game?
Thursday game?
It was canceled today.
Again?
Yeah, it was canceled, and then we haven't played. Remember? Told you it was
They're a bunch
canceled
of
today.
bitches. That's what I remember.
They are a bunch of bitches. I cannot deny this.
How'd they cancel it? How did you let this happen?
Because the DM's like, if we're missing half our players, we can't play.
What was the player's excuse?
They had to go out of town for like their mother something.
To see their mistress.
I mean, it'd be weird considering they're married and they're both gonna go
That's
see the
more.
mistress.
That'd be way. You don't have a mistress if you're married.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're married,
Yeah.
and it'd be weird because both of them are going to go see the mistress. Therefore,
Yep.
it wouldn't
They're
really
gonna
be
go see a specialist.
well, like that wouldn't be a mistress at that
Someone
point.
to bind you together.
That's a priest.
Nope. That's a dominatrix.
All right, that can also be a dominatrix.
Gotcha.
Like, you're not wrong. That could also be a dominatrix.
You're like, you're technically not wrong, but you're not right, so shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Wait, do I have the new killer perks? I do not on Hunterus.
I I was playing a game today against a huntress, and she spawns in like right next to me, throws a hatches, misses, rage quits.
At least she knows her place.
I couldn't help but think, I'm like, was that supposed to be the like one hatchet town mistress, the iridescent head?
It could be, yeah. It really could be, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't give up on my first throw. Mm-mm.
Oh, because like
Oh,
the
look at these guys.
iridescent
We got a map player? A map? Alright.
ain't no maps in this lobby.
And that bozo's dead. Well, alright. We got flashlight full, a medkit full with nothing, and a map. I'm playing Huntress, by the way.
Yes.
I've been getting my throw on last couple of weeks, and remembering how to hurt people. Found out Huntress, especially if I have a wind up acceleration perk.
Yeah.
Or add-on. Oh, I can make those quick plays. I will smack you. I ain't a god tier Huntress though. I've seen play of god tier Huntress. It is filthy. Filthy char. If ever you're trying to defend someone in court and they're like, dude, I play DBD, I'm a god tier Huntress main.
Mhm.
You abandon that person. You make sure he goes to jail.
I don't know, because like I've seen a god tier huntress, a streamer that I like to watch and make TikToks. His name's Pixia. And God, she scares me. She's a fucking sniper elite.
Yeah, sniper elite, bro.
Yeah. Can't hit anything 5 feet in front of her though, but
She's got that long game set, huh?
oh yeah, and it's kind of like scary. Because I accidentally went up against her. Thank you, DVD. Matchmaking Q. And
Such odd terrain.
literally was just like sitting there, minding my own business on a gen, and then I get hit out of nowhere.
Just one of those, hello, thud.
Yeah.
Gotta love dim dare moments, you know?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You already fucking dead-hearted. You and your little flashlight gimmicks. Played that very well. Very well. I showing you mercy. Are you kidding? What? Gotcha. Oh! Cross Nam! I don't think I can defend this. Suck my dick. Hitting you is what we call easy. Oh, I got 3. He came back. He shouldn't have come back. Now your butt is mine. You life. Yeah, that was some good throws, my boys. Oh, detective's hunch. Yes, yes, yes. Johnny, you don't need to be in this chat any longer. It's been over an hour. Goodbye.
But-
Goodbye.
We're waiting for him to get back to do shit.
Johnny? No. Johnny's going to
No?
bed.
Oh, gotcha.